try and contain the thump of the Blue Jays. Sonny is coming off a disappointing loss to the Twins Friday night, but the young right-hander is poised for a bounce-back start. It's the Blue Jays and the A's, Game 2, next. Wednesday Night Baseball coming up from the O.co Coliseum. It is Game 2 of the series. The Blue Jays behind Reyes, Martin, and the rest of that powerful lineup beat the A's last night by a final score of 7-1. So tonight, Sonny Gray will try to even up the series at a game apiece. It's the Oakland A's and the Toronto Blue Jays coming up on Comcast Sportsnet in California. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to Oakland A's Baseball. Along with Ray Fosse, I'm Glenn Kuiper. Sonny Gray is coming off a rare poor start. We just don't say that very often because he's so good, but I can't imagine him having two poor starts in a row.
You know, he's coming off a two-hit shutout against the Cleveland Indians the prior Sunday, but last Friday he made two bad pitches. But this is what he's done on 4 days rest, and that's what he's doing again tonight. He actually did it last Friday, but he gave up 2 home runs, a grand slam, and a solo home run on 2 pitches that were elevated, something that's very rare for Sonny Gray. But he's an outstanding pitcher, and I'm sure he's going to bounce back tonight just like we expect.
If the Blue Jays were getting any pitching, they'd be leading their division, but they're not. But, boy, this is a potent lineup, Ray. They lead the major leagues in runs scored by a wide margin.
And just start at the batting order with Josh Donaldson hitting second. He can do a tremendous job. He's hit 22 home runs. There's a double to the left center field last night, scoring Reyes. And then here they come. Bautista with a long drive to left center field. How about this one coming up? Talk about loading up. Encarnacion, and he hit a home run. Russell Martin, after 2 walks, came up and hit a 2-2 hanging slider off Kendall Graveman, and that was it. So 6 of the 7 runs accounted for by the long ball. This club can definitely hit home runs.
I got to believe they're going to make a trade for a starting pitcher before the deadline. Tonight, the Blue Jays will send the left-hander Felix Doubront to the mound. So Doubront and Gray in Game 2 of the series. That's your pitching matchup. When we come back, we'll give you lineups and the first pitch for Game 2 of the series.
is brought to you by Jack in the Box. Taste the new black pepper cheeseburger today, only at Jack in the Box. And by Toyota, the full-line automaker with the longest-lasting vehicles in America. Toyota, let's go places.
Lineup cards being exchanged at home plate, so we're just about ready for baseball. A's have yet to take the field, but they're
being entertained by the guy.
Yeah, the youngsters are out at the positions, and they're having a pretty good time. he's out in left field, and he's making any adult that's ever tried to dance at a wedding reception look bad because he's got it going on.
That's great. He said he doesn't want the players to show up for the game.
They're showing them up on the Diamond Vision boards, and the kids are getting a kick out of seeing themselves up there. Oh, man. All right, beautiful night for baseball. Game time weather presented by the Santa Cruz Beach Boardwalk. Get to the beach. The admission-free boardwalk is open daily. 63 degrees, so a little cooler tonight, and breezy. 18 miles an hour is the wind.
Okay, if you know what's going to happen?
What's going to happen?
Mark Canha goes to left field. He's going to ask that kid for his autograph because the boy has a baseball and a pen to get an autograph. Mark Canha's probably, he should say, let me have yours because you're pretty good.
He's keeping an eye on who's coming out.
What's going on? How we doing?
So a fun pregame.
That's great. He's the star of the show already.
I want that kid's dance moves. So the A's and the all-whites tonight taking on the Toronto Blue Jays. Blue Jays with the gray pants and the blue tops. As the youngsters get their baseballs autographed, and now they head off to get a good seat and watch the game. Let's look at the Blue Jays starting lineup tonight. It's a good one. Reyes, the shortstop, Donaldson at third, Batista in right, Encarnacion is the DH. Chris Colabello is really having a nice year as part-time player for the Blue Jays, will hit fifth. Russell Martin, Kevin Pillar, Danny Valencia, and Devin Travis round out the Jays lineup.
Sonny Gray probably waited 4 days and 4 nights for tonight's game because what he did on Friday is uncharacteristic of one of the better pitchers in the American League, and losing 5-0, gave up a couple of home runs and a lot of firsts for him. Lead-off home run to grand slam, but he'll recover as he usually does, making his 20th start. Of course, the A's seeing the Jays for the first time this year, in the first one against them in 2015.
Playing behind Sonny Gray tonight is Canha in left, Burns in center, Smolinski in right. Laurie's at third, Simeon's at short, Zobrist is at second, and Stephen Vogt will play first with Josh Phegley doing the catching. Maybe something to keep an eye on tonight, Ray. You and I talked about it briefly before the game. Is Phegley has not caught Sonny Gray a lot, and there can be an adjustment period, and we'll see if that comes into play at all. We hope it doesn't.
As a matter of fact, Kite, 3 times of the previous 19, Phegley's been behind the plate, but not since the start against the Yankees here at the Coliseum. So this is what they have done. Catching ERA, something that never knew existed, but found out on 18 Friday night that it does, even going back a long time.
Oh, yeah, we got yours. Pretty darn good.
Pretty good pitchers. I was fortunate to catch.
So Reyes steps in. He's a switch hitter, and we are set for baseball from the Coliseum. Reyes, a couple of hits last night, including an RBI single. And Sonny Gray's first pitch is hit hard but foul down the right field line. Umpires tonight, the crew chief Hunter Wendelstedt calls balls and strikes. Marvin Hudson's at first, Pat Holberg's at second, and Balk and Bob Davidson is down at third.
One thing about catchers today, Stephen Vogt, of course, at first base, the other catcher. But if a catcher is not starting the game, he sits on the bench. So while Phegley may not have caught him a lot, he's been sitting there when Stephen Vogt has caught him, and that's something that they go over the scouting reports. And so Phegley tonight probably at least has a pretty good idea how Stephen Vogt and Sonny Gray have worked together.
Pitch to Reyes, and he lays off the slider, 1-2.
I think for Stephen Vogt to get kind of the half day off, he's playing first base, not to say that it's an easy position. Hard slider, the check swing did not go. Stephen Vogt is banged up, so while he was not catching, he's still in the lineup.
And a high slider, and Reyes chased it, and that's a strikeout for the first out of the game. Not where Sonny Gray wanted it, but Reyes still chased it.
Well, going back to Friday night, the pitch was hit for a home run by Brian Dozier leading off the game for the Twins, and that was the first time ever that Sonny Gray had given up a leadoff home run. Tonight, though, the high breaking ball we saw last night, Reyes going up the ladder on a fastball, hitting it up the middle, an 0-2 pitch, and that was a base hit to drive in a run. Not tonight.
Next moment brought to you by Cache Creek Casino Resort. And here's Donaldson. First pitch to Donaldson is a fastball for a strike. Couple of hits last night for Donaldson, a pair of doubles. One of them knocked in a run. Overall, 290, 22 homers, and 63 RBIs. He's all over the leaderboard in the American League. 5th in home runs, 3rd in RBIs. He's 3rd in hits. He's 3rd in runs scored. He's 2nd in total bases and 5th in doubles. Swing and a miss. It's 1-2.
Well, a challenge, of course, with Josh Donaldson, who they can say all they want about playing behind a guy, but facing him is much different. Batting practice in spring training not the same as game number 96.
Close pitch at 95 miles an hour. Batista to follow here in the first inning. Fastball with a lot of sinking action. Drops down out of the strike zone. Full count to Donaldson. Pretty good looking kicks there by Sonny Gray. There's a shot to center, and that's a base hit. It may not have been a strike. Looked like it was a pitch that was up, but Donaldson kind of tomahawked it.
It really is a case of a hitter expanding the zone. Donaldson looking, fastball, got it, and to be able to get on top, that's the key, because a lot of times they get under and pop it up. He got on top of the ball and drove it into center field. But you guess, and you guess correctly, that means you can expand your zone. And Donaldson with 22 home runs, probably trying to do that and make it 23. Just happened to be a base hit.
Here's Batista, who takes low. Batista with 20 home runs, 64 RBIs. His 20 home runs tied for 7th in the league, and his 64 RBIs is 2nd. Kendrys Morales leads the American League in RBIs with 65. That one grounded past a diving Zobrist into right field for a base hit. So Batista going the other way, gets it through. 1st and 2nd, 1 out.
Well, played him slightly to pull, considering the way he swings the bat, but smart hitting. Stayed inside the ball and probably saw the hole on the right side and decided to try to go that direction. Hit it too hard for Donaldson to advance. Whereas Zobrist is playing normal position, that's a 4-6-3 double play, but. And I think this stadium, this park, where the ball does not carry as well here. Of course, 3 that hit home runs last night would have gone out any place, but I think at Rogers Center, where the ball does carry, you'll see them trying to pull. I think in this park, they'll say maybe this kind of weather, maybe it's not going to carry as well. And take one of the opposite field.
Grounded to 3rd, could be 2. Out at 2nd, and that's a double play. Encarnacion breaks his bat, hits into the 5-4-3 double play, and that'll do it for the Blue Jays. A's come to bat when we return. Here's the A's lineup as they come to bat. In the bottom of the first, Burns, Vogt, Zobrist, Butler, Smolinski, Laurie, Fegley, Cannon, and Simeon.
It's the left-hander Felix Durant making just his third start. And, of course, with the Blue Jays, the A's remember him with the Boston Red Sox in a whole bunch of different pitches, especially a split-finger fastball that he'll throw for a strikeout. But fastball, low 90s, cutter, 2 and 4 seam fastball. And, again, familiarity, and the A's seeing their third consecutive left-handed pitcher.
Defensively behind Dubron, Danny Valencia gets to start tonight in left field. Kevin Pillar, terrific center fielder, and Jose Batista's in right. Donaldson, Reyes, Travis, and Colabello, with Russell Martin doing the catching. Kind of a cool night at the ballpark.
Pizza warming them up, though, I guess.
Yeah, that youngster's in a good spot. He'll stay warm there. Billy Burns steps in against Felix Dubron. So the big left-hander, first pitch to Burns is fouled straight back. What is that? He has got a good rib-eating game face going. Big chopper. Reyes has it, bare hands, and then juggles. He wasn't going to throw him out anyways. And that's an infield hit for Billy Burns.
Well, it's dangerous trying to barehand a ball that way, and Reyes knew the only chance he had was to try to barehand it. Similar to last night, the ball bounced over Donaldson's head. It was Burns doing it. No chance this time, and the barehand attempt by Reyes. Man, you better use your glove because that could hurt, especially if you stick your fingers out too quickly and get one off the end of the finger. It's a good sign when you see the third baseman not able to make the play, and knowing Reyes who's not going to make one either.
So here's Vogt, who takes a fastball for a strike. .281, 14 home runs, 57 RBIs for Stephen Vogt, 10th in the league in RBIs. Shift is on Reyes, the shortstop, playing right near second base, and that one's bounced toward the second baseman. Travis to Reyes to Colabello, and that's a double play. So just like that, 2 outs.
Batting in the third position, second baseman, number 18.
So Vogt hits into the 4-6-3 double play, and Zobrist will hit.
It's amazing how the shift will work at times, and that time it did. Looking out and seeing where Donaldson was playing, the other 3 infielders, and it's like there was this bunch of 4 players together.
Dubron, first pitch strike to Ben Zobrist. Runs way inside. Zobrist last night 1 for 3 with a walk. He scored a run. His only run last night was Zobrist scoring on Smolinski's triple, and that was it. He's had eight hits in the game, 7 singles and that triple. So Mark Burley kept him pretty quiet. Donaldson on the run side retired a hit, but the double play erased that, and we are scoreless after 1 at the Coliseum. California is brought to you by Pixels, in theaters this Friday, July 24th. Second inning. No score from the Coliseum between the A's and the Blue Jays. Be Colabello, Martin, and Pilar here in the second. Chris Colabello. Good numbers for Colabello. 324 with 9 homers and 35 RBIs.
Minnesota Twins.
Yeah, we saw him, right?
Yes, and quite a story for this young man.
It was early in the year last year. We were in Minnesota, and he had a great month of April.
Yes, he did.
Chops that one. Big hop for Laurie. And that's out number 1. So Colabello grounds out. 1 away for Russell Martin. Russell Martin with a 3-run homer. Last night.
Batting in the 6th position and catching.
You know, one thing we've seen with the Blue Jays, and in our Oakland we showed the 3 home runs won by Martin, and it's called loading up. And when you load up and you're ready to swing, you get a mistake, you don't miss it. And 3 of them were hit last night on mistakes that were not missed. And you know, it's like lifting that leg and saying, I'm going to hit, and you make a mistake. I mean, it's sometimes interesting to watch the aggressiveness.
Stephen Vogt goes into a feet first slide, and he's okay.
Just slider on 2-2 to Russell Martin, and even with 2 strikes, he lifted the front leg. You see the reaction by Kendall Graveman. He knew what the result was going to be, but he is looking forward to his next start. Graveman is, which will be this weekend, to be back on the normal turn. And I think that's going to be the key for really everybody coming out of the break. It's a good 4 days off, but also creates a lot of time off. Sometimes not as good for some pitchers, especially. Sonny Gray was normal turn Sunday, Friday to Wednesday, so he has been pitching every 4 days, every 5th day, 4 days off.
0-2 to Martin. So he'll get an extra day his next start, because the A's have Monday off. So Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, which means he'll pitch Tuesday at Dodger Stadium with an extra day rest. Russell Martin on the year, 13 homers, 44 RBIs. Sets up outside, and balls bounce to Simeon. Backhands, throws in time, and that's out number 2. Time now for the Geico quote of the game. Kendall Graveman, and last night facing his former team, the Blue Jays. Quote, they did a good job of being patient. Some pitches that were around the zone they laid off, and when they missed up in the zone, that's when I got hurt. I got to keep being stubborn and pound the baseball down in the zone and try to get ground balls. He'll get his chance on Sunday in San Francisco.
And that said it all right there. I mean, pound the zone down to get the ground balls instead of elevating some pitches and having 3 home runs hit. He knows, and sometimes you get strong and mechanics off just a little bit because of the extra time off. And for young pitchers, while that time off is good because the number of innings they start to amass, and
so 3 ground ball outs, last 2 taken care of by Marcus Simeon. So it's a 3 up, 3 down as we head to the bottom of the 2nd. No score.
Homage to the history of the franchise. That is tomorrow. That's a Thursday. It's Throwback Thursday. 5,000 fans receive a commemorative button highlighting an amazing A's player. For tickets and information, go to athletics.com/Thursday. Pay homage to Glenn Kuiper with a special button 5,000 giveaway. How about that?
Sure. Well, that's nice of you to think of that, right?
I think that would be a wonderful idea. I think people will be lining up and want to be the first $5 grand. You know?
I don't know. I don't know if that would happen, but I appreciate you thinking that. Billy Butler to lead things off, followed by Smolinski and Laurie. Felix Doubront. Wasn't that long ago, Ray, that Felix Doubront was everybody okay down there? I hope so.
Now Brett Laurie is. He's loosening up and getting ready.
But the Red Sox were thinking that Felix Doubront was going to be a mainstay in their rotation for a very long time. He won 11 games in 2013, including Game 4 of the World Series. But just like that, he was gone. Butler pops it up, foul territory, playable for Colabello. He's got it for out number 1. It was July 30th of last year when Doubront was traded to the Cubs for a player to be named later, and went to spring training this year with the Cubs, but was released on March 28th. April 2nd he signed with the Blue Jays, so he's bounced around a little bit in the last year and a half.
Let's see, the Chicago Cubs, John Lester, Felix Doubront.
That's true.
So probably when the Cubs went after John Lester, and they did go after him for sure.
So Doubront landed here with the Blue Jays. There's a shot, base hit, left center field. Smolinski with a big turn, and then he hits the brakes. A 1-out single. And that'll bring up Laurie.
That's the way you attack it. Good fastball lifted out over the plate and threw his glove up, but no chance. That ball was hit very hard. Even the second base umpire, Pat Holberg, had to get out of the way. And this is the way you're supposed to do it. Aggressively go around the bag. If there's a mistake with the outfielder, you can continue to go into second base. And if you just jog to first, which we have seen some guys do, they just concede that it's going to be just a base hit. And even if there is a miscue in the outfield, they can't make it to the second base.
Laurie, 282, 8 home runs, 37 runs batted in. And a couple of hits last night, 2 singles. Fastball foul tip. A's are 43 and 52. So it's game number 96 for the Athletics. Slider down and in. A's are 11 games back in the division.
You can see the way Doubront throws and how Russell Martin is kind of jabbing the ball a little bit. That's because he's all over the place a little bit, and that makes it very uncomfortable for a catcher.
So now 3 and 1.
Had to backhand that one, and from a catching standpoint, that is not very good. And here's a whole bunch. This is just a small sample of what he does. Several different fastballs, 2 and 4 seam plus a cutter. So he's got the assortment to throw.
Laurie shoots it foul, right side. So full count. Check out the motion there. Pretty simple.
Very simple and big. Gets the arm way back and then right over the top, and that's why he gets probably a lot of movement that sometimes the catcher does not know is going to be happening.
Smolinski takes off, pitches high, and it's a walk. So 2 on, 1 out. Walks per 9 innings.
Batting in the 7th position.
So Dubront has been very much improved this year compared to his years with the Red Sox. I do remember with the Red Sox, Ray, he was one of those guys, he'd throw 5 innings and he'd throw 100 pitches.
That's right.
He had trouble pitching deep into games. He made a handful of starts against the A's. But you needed the bullpen to be ready. Here's Fegley, 268 with 6 home runs, 21 runs batted in. And the first pitch on the inside corner for a strike. There's Fegley doing a nice job against left-handers this year. That batting average is .303. 4 of his 6 home runs have come against left-handers. Rolls that one foul. Off speed pitch by Dubront. So 3rd straight left-hander the A's are facing.
I wonder if Donaldson didn't know if that ball was off the foot of Fegley, because he let it roll and it actually rolled back fair, or he picked it up right before it did. Looked like it's going to, and then looked at Gallego and goes, "What are you doing? Hit his foot." Sure, it's going to roll that way.
Well, you could look for black shoe polish, but Fegley has white shoes on.
Right.
2 pitch, foul straight back. A's will see a lefty on Saturday in Bumgarner and a lefty on, is it Wednesday with Kershaw?
Yeah. Casimir and Kershaw, the scheduled pitcher. Both of them are the scheduled first starter on Tuesday, which would be Sonny Gray. Jesse Chavez will go Friday night, so he's staying on the normal turn. He pitched Sunday against the Twins, and the off day Monday kept him in turn.
Strike 3 called on the inside corner. Fegley has a couple words for Hunter Wendelstedt.
Well, we saw last night with Bob Davidson on the inside part of the plate, Mark Burley, and he called some strikes inside and shouldn't miss that one. Just as long as he doesn't have to get the appeal, that's all.
So here's Canna. Canna takes on the inside corner for a strike. So all of a sudden Dubront likes that inside corner.
Well, we've seen before with lefties, and whether starters or relievers against right-handers, pitching inside is something they like to do because it does allow them to complete the delivery.
Well, I mean, if you just sort of think about that, it certainly makes sense.
Sure.
It's like if you're having trouble getting the ball down, throw some curveballs, because you throw a curve, you really pull down.
That's right.
Help you maybe work toward the bottom of the strike zone. So 0-2 to Canna, hitting .242, 8 home runs, 33 runs batted in. Russell Martin not terribly thrilled with that last pitch.
Well, with 2 strikes, he was just trying to smother it, and that's probably the definition you're looking for. Watch out, he just goes down to his knees and got him in the midsection, and that's probably why he's reacting the way he did. He could care less what the runners are doing. It's a sign for fastball up.
And there it was, and Canna checks his swing, holds up 2-2.
Still say, guys in the on-deck circle, you can see some things the catcher does. Nothing wrong with having a sign. You know, if the catcher's going to give it up, give it away, then pass it along to a hitter, especially if the catcher moves inside. It could be a number of things, lefty to righty, but at least you can think inside and open up because of it.
Donaldson has it. He'll go to second, side retired. So a hit and a walk for the A's. Nothing else as they strand a pair. 3rd inning coming up. Photo, use hashtag CSNCA Data Strong Fan, and you just might see yourself in an upcoming broadcast. It's all brought to you by T-Mobile. It's a cool night. Those fine folks are keeping score. So are we. Sonny Gray will face Valencia, Travis, and Reyes in the third inning. First pitch to Danny Valencia is in for a strike.
Another Minnesota Twin. Yeah. Former Twin players now with the Blue Jays.
Valencia had a great rookie year a while back, and then that was it.
Super Joe Charbonneau.
Yeah, a little bit. At least Super Joe won it.
Yes, he did. Yeah, that's right.
He was the rookie of the year. 1-1 to Valencia, 299, 6 homers, 27 RBIs, and that's a strike on the outside corner.
John Gibbons, the manager of the Blue Jays, when asked about facing Sonny Gray tonight, especially with a couple of right-handers, Colabello and Valencia, he also brought up that tomorrow the A's are going to be featuring a lefty, and so he said get them back-to-back games, one against the tough right-hander and Sonny Gray, but not to say the guy tomorrow's any slouch either. He's pretty good himself. And that would be Scott Kazmir. So good slider, and this is the hard one that very hard to lay off. And as it turns out, the team, the Toronto Blue Jays, had a pitcher by the name of Guzman who threw a similar pitch that everybody thought was a splitter, but it was a slider, just like Sonny Gray's. And hard, very hard, throwing it down in the zone. Did not work with Reyes as he took the pitch, ended up swinging at a high fastball, but Valencia went after it.
So one away for Devin Travis. Travis was 0 for 2 with a couple of walks last night. He walked twice and struck out twice. So 1-1 the count. Twins and the Angels are scoreless in the second inning. Pelfrey and Wilson, your pitching matchup there. And it is the red hot Angels. They've won 6 in a row, 8 out of 10, 15 out of 18. You could go on for a while. Good pitch there, and the count 1-2. Astros are 2 back in the AL West. They're beating the Red Sox again. It's 4-2 in the 8th inning in Houston. The Astros just trying to make sure the Angels don't start running away with this thing. And it's only a 2-game difference, but the way the Angels are playing, it's...
Well, they flew by the A's last year.
Yeah, they did.
Did not take any time at all. Next thing you knew, the A's were 10 behind the Angels, and
happened quickly.
It was very fast. We go head to head. That's unfortunately what happened to the A's.
Mariners lost again, 9-4 in Detroit.
After the wild one last night.
3-2 pitch, just a little bit low on a check swing. So 1 out walk. That's the first walk by Sonny Gray.
Started to go, no stride, held up his bat, and that's why Marvin Hudson at first said no swing, and Travis himself sold it a little bit by taking off to first.
So here's Reyes, who struck out swinging in the first inning. Glorious step in on the grass.
Isn't that guy named J.D. Martinez released by the Astros last year?
Yeah.
27th.
He's got 27, and who knows, he may have hit one today.
Did you see where he hit the ball last night?
No,
over the photographer's wall in straightaway center field at Comerica Park.
Wow.
It hit on top of the roof. Huh. Said it's a far spot. Well, it wasn't even Miguel Cabrera. I mean, Cabrera usually does that. But J.D. Martinez in a low fastball straight away center field.
When the A's were in Detroit, he was struggling some. It was not that long ago. foul straight back. The A's went to Detroit at the beginning of June and swept the 3-game series and really kept the Tigers pretty quiet.
Took a late inning grand slam by Ben Zobrist in one game. That poor kid who caught the ball, great catch in right field, and then realized it was an A's player hit the slam. Never forget that shot, because he was happy to catch it, but then said, "Oh no."
There's a shot, fair, right field, and that's going to have a 1st and 3rd situation for the Blue Jays. So Dofort could not quite get it.
Well, holding the runner at first base probably cost him. That slider went down, or curveball maybe, because it's a little bit slower. Ben Steven came off as much as he could, considering his holding the runner, just could not get to it. Let's get a good job getting the ball back in to keep it at 1st and 3rd and keeping Reyes at 1st.
So here's Donaldson. RBI opportunity.
We've talked about the speed of Reyes at first base, but also a very strong arm by Josh Phegley, and this is a case where don't even look to run it back at 3rd, just throw it through to 2nd if Reyes takes off, and it's a straight steal.
Donaldson shows bunt. Ball's in the dirt. Donaldson's been hitting 2nd really quite a bit. You wonder how his communication is with Reyes as far as Reyes stealing. I mean, Reyes is a base stealer. He's got 14 this year. There's a shot to right. That's a base hit. Trotting in to score is Travis, and the Blue Jays take a 1-0 lead. So Donaldson, a line drive the other way. He had a double last night down the right field line.
Well, the 1-out walk, and Josh Donaldson knows the park, and he probably more than anybody realizes that maybe the ball is not carrying, and so Bautista go to right field, and now Donaldson, that was not going to be caught by anybody.
Well, Donaldson coming into this series was in a 1-for-20 stretch, but he's 4 for 7 in this series. And here's Bautista. Good breaking ball for a first pitch strike. Bautista may not have thought it was a strike, but it looked like a pretty good pitch. Bautista had a base hit in the first inning. Play Bautista to pull a little bit in the outfield. He looks like a, I mean, just the way he swings, he looks like a dead pull hitter, but he really not afraid to hit the ball the other way. He did that in his first at bat.
He's aggressive, that if you make a mistake, inner half the plate, he'll pull it. But you're right, he'll go opposite field, as he showed in the first at bat.
I just thought it was.
First major league start for Sonny Gray at Rogers Center, and Bautista a 2-run home run. Sonny Gray did not get a decision in the game. He did win his next start against Houston, his first major league win.
Needs a big pitch here. Bautista fouls it back.
He left that ball up, and that's the scary. Probably a pretty good idea that it was a 2-strike count versus earlier in the count, because leaving this kind of a pitch up, and Bautista just able to foul it back, and good hitters will foul back good pitches to get another chance.
Reyes, Donaldson, the runners, and the ball's bounced, foul. But with Bautista, you watch him swing, and you wouldn't think that he's actually a pretty patient hitter. He leads the American Leagues in walks.
Absolutely.
When you think about how he swings, how aggressive he is, but the fact that he leads the league in walks, A pretty good idea up there.
Aggressive but plate discipline. That's a great combination to have. He does not get cheated when he gets his pitch.
And that's a good take.
That's right.
Now, how many hitters, a 1-2 count, that are power hitters, take this pitch?
And he took it like he knew it was coming. And he probably had a pretty good idea that Sonny likes to throw the hard slider to get swing and misses, as Valencia did to start the inning.
Got to keep an eye on Reyes. Outside, so now it's a full count. We'll see if John Gibbons starts the runners.
Usually a sign is given by the catcher that if both runners do run, if Reyes gets a big jump off second, which he could, trailing runner Donaldson might see Fegley go through to second base if there's a strikeout. Say Reyes has a green light.
Not going, and the ball's cued foul. Luis Rivera is the third base coach for Toronto. Runner's not going, and again a foul ball straight back to the screen.
And with Reyes not running on the first 3-2 count, Sonny didn't even look at him on this one. He just concentrated on Bautista and made the pitch. And it's pitch number 10 coming up. This is number 9. Fastball down and in. He's got a bad right shoulder and he keeps stretching quite a bit, but I don't think it affects the swing.
Runner's not going, and another foul ball. So right up over the screen. Somehow it ends up all the way back down in the little tunnel right next to the dugout. Somebody got Bautista's autograph. Another 3-2 pitch. And that one's hit high in the air to left center. Burns is back. He's at the wall and he makes the catch. Reyes tags up and he goes to third. He and Donaldson could have shook hands at second base, but Donaldson goes back. Reyes tags up.
Just a little bit towards the end of the bat. Otherwise, it's another 3-run home run for the Blue Jays. Fortunately, it stayed in the park. Fortunately, it was hit straightaway center.
Now batting.
Pitch number 11 to Bautista. And up in the air, when a strong man hits it, you're always concerned. Actually, it sounded a lot better than off the end of the bat, and fortunately stayed in the park. Yeah, that's all. Thank you. I'll back up now.
So 2 outs, runners at the corners, a run in. Here's Encarnacion. Dribbled foul. Encarnacion hit into a 5-4-3 double play to end the first inning. $19 home runs, 55 RBIs, and a .233 batting average. Numbers coming into this game. But this was the home run he hit last night. And watch this swing.
Load up. And still, it's just unfortunately the mistakes. And Graveman in the Geico quote, you elevate 3 pitches to power hitters, they're going to do exactly what they did last night.
Fastball is high. 1-1 the count.
51 total. He had 24 in the first two. So a lot of pitches. 11 to Bautista alone. Just walked Travis with 1 out.
You know, Encarnacion, another guy, Ray, who is fairly disciplined at the plate. I mean, he's got 45 walks this year.
And the Blue Jays feel that the more patient he is in drawing walks, the better he will be as a hitter completely, because he's not just up trying to hit home runs. He's capable of doing that without any effort. That was an effort.
3-2.
I think he was trying to leave completely the O.K. I mean, low 3-1. Here comes a fastball. Great location. Sonny Gray outside, bringing the ball back towards the outside corner. So that was his swing, his pitch. Let's see what he does 3-2 if you still have the aggressive swing.
Donaldson will be running. There he goes. And the ball's tapped slowly. Laurie charges. He's got it. Throws to first in time. Side retired. But a run on a couple of hits and a walk. Donaldson with the RBI single. 1-0 Blue Jays after 2.5.
Comet Bat, the #1 app for live baseball, and that is up to the moment at any moment with in-game highlights, live look-ins, replay reviews, radio broadcast, statcast, and more. Get MLB.com at bat for your smartphone or your tablet.
So Sonny Gray gives up a run. 1-0 Blue Jays. Marcus Semien leading it off. He takes a strike from Felix Dubron. Semien hitting .255, 8 home runs, 22 RBIs. That one looped into right center field, and that'll fall for a hit. The A's had their leadoff man on in the first inning, and they have it again here in the third.
Good job of hitting the breaking ball down and in, and Marcus Semien with Hunter Winslow calling the first fastball a strike down in the lower part of the zone, so went after it. I remember last night when Semien hit the ringing single down the left field line. We talked about facing actually both White Sox. Burley pitched for the White Sox, and that's where Marcus Semien came from. But he said, man, he's tough because he changes speeds, and he said you roll over on off-speed pitches, and he did settle down, and ball hard off of Burley last night. Burley was his normal self, which is very good.
Burns fouls it straight back. Looking at the rookie leaders in the American League. Billy Burns leads all rookies in batting average. Multi-hit games. He's second in runs, first in hits, first in total bases, first in stolen bases. And that's why we think he's a Rookie of the Year candidate. Third in on-base percentage. Hit hard but foul.
I think the biggest thing we've seen, Cap, is how he has slowed the game down. He is very fast, but he slowed it down. And he's just going to get better and better. Switch hitter, speed, gets on base, scores runs, leading off.
I think something that jumps out in my mind too is defensively.
Yeah.
His first month in the big leagues, he had a tendency to take some interesting routes in the outfield, but all of a sudden it was corrected. And now he does a pretty good job out there.
And the more he plays in center, the more he's going to take charge. Remember the time when Folden was playing left field and he had to dive for a ball, and in right field Reddick was going for a ball, and so he will realize eventually that with his speed, the ground that he can cover, and the center fielder will always take charge, and the corner outfielders will always defer to the center fielder on any ball that he can get to.
Simeon runs, he got a huge jump. The ball's hit toward the gap in left center field. Valencia makes a running catch. So Danny Valencia covering a lot of ground heading into left center field to make a nice running catch.
Ball just hung up too long, but what a jump Marcus Simeon had. Big long delivery by Dubront, and he was halfway to second, and just one of those that it was a good pitch that Burns had to swing at with a couple of strikes, but Valencia robbed him. I mean, that's probably a triple if it gets by him, but excellent play by Valencia, and going as far and reaching as far as he could into left center.
Valencia's a big guy.
Yes, he is.
Covered quite a bit of ground. First pitch to Vogt at the knees for a strike. Vogt hit into a 4-6-3 double play. It was in the first inning. He's looking for his first hit in this series. Simeon runs again. Another good jump. Throw to second base is not in time. It ball pops out of the glove of Reyes. But a good jump again for Simeon.
But if a pitcher, talk about a long delivery. Look how long it takes him to get rid of the ball. He didn't want to slide step, but still the long delivery. And Simeon was 3/4 the way to second that time. And the ball in the dirt. Reyes. No, he really didn't have a chance to tag out Simeon.
So runner in scoring position for Vogt. Reach for that one.
Can actually steal third because he's got the same delivery, probably more so because he figures that a runner in second may not be as inclined to run. Donaldson way off the bag at third, and even with a left-handed hitter, very tempting to take off. I don't even know if Donaldson could get to third before Simeon.
Vogt reached again for him and fouls it. Foul ball alley.
Like Saturday night when Stephen Vogt had Burns steal third, he could take it because he only had at the time one strike on him, and ended up taking the pitch and drove in the go-ahead run and the winning run, walk off. Did our boy get the ball?
No, but right as it sailed past him, he looked up here and shrugged his shoulders. So he came by and said hi earlier. Blocked nicely by Russell Martin.
Anticipate the breaking ball and anticipate where it's moving. You can move your body laterally to get to it, and you assume it's going to be in the dirt. It was. Martin, a good job of getting down and blocking the ball. He shed some pounds too and moving around quite well behind the plate.
Stephen Vogt, one hopper toward Donaldson, who straightens up and throws out Vogt. So that's the second out here in the bottom of the third.
Now batting, second baseman, number 18, Van Zobrist.
So now it's up to Zobrist. Zobrist grounded out to Donaldson in the first inning. Slider down and in for a ball.
A's are looking for the big hit, and that's something that's really something that they've been looking for all season. Pretty good shutdown for the Jays as a team.
On the ground right to the second baseman, Devin Travis, who scoops it up, throws to first side, retired. So Simeon had the leadoff single, stole the base, but the A's could not get him in. We're going to the fourth inning. Toronto 1 and the A's nothing.
White Cleats t-shirt giveaway presented by Cash Creek Casino Resort. That'll be Saturday, August the 8th. One of the Oakland's franchise most recognizable and iconic trademarks, the White Cleats, were the brainchild of Charlie Finley and have been a staple for more than 4 decades. Tickets for this popular giveaway now at athletics.com or by calling 877-493-BALL. Always like to hear the story Monty Moore always tells about when the A's came from Kansas City to Oakland wearing the white shoes. And Monty, can you imagine the California wintertime having to wear white shoes?
Sure.
But Charlie wanted him to promote the white shoes. There's Monty and a bunch of the guys wearing white shoes coming to Oakland. One thing Monty said is true. He said, the fans, wait till you see the team that's coming. And sure enough, the team that was eventually signed and developed in Kansas City came to Oakland and had a lot of success early in their time here at the Coliseum.
1-1 the count to Colabello. Martin to follow, and then Pilar here in the top of the fourth inning. Here's the 3 straight.
5 consecutive championships, division championships, starting in 71 through 75.
A shot right field. Smolinski dives and he caught it. And we're glad he did, because if he didn't, it would have been a triple.
Well, hit hard, fortunately slicing a little bit back, but he left his feet. Billy Burns with his speed started to come over to back up, which would have been there, but I think you're right. And to be able to make that kind of a diving catch it and watch him spin over, kept the ball in his glove, and Sonny Gray appreciative of the great defense on a ball hit very hard. The one guy I remember wearing the number 5, John Jaha. I don't think he could have caught that ball.
No.
John would never have been playing out there in the first place. He was a great DH. Big JJ.
Laurie dives, cannot quite get it, and it gets through into left field for a base hit by Russell Martin. Number 5. Yes, Matt Holliday wore number 5.
Yeah.
Ray Durham wore number 5, I believe.
That's right.
For his short time here.
So Martin rolling over in the fastball, and excellent effort by Brett Lawrie at third. Could not come up with it. Pretty good number 5. John Hopkins hit some home runs, but he was a great DH.
He was what DH was made for.
That's right.
There's Pilar. 5 hits now off Sonny Gray. He's got 2 strikeouts. He's walked 1. That 1 walk scored.
Difference in the game, and that's unusual. 2 walks scored in Sonny's start on Friday night. That was before the grand slam. That was a great 6th inning of the Twins hitters, taking some very good pitchers' pitches.
That one to right, a base hit. And Martin, who was thinking about going to third but rounded second. I don't know if he slipped, but he just looked like he went into a slide to stop his momentum.
I think that is what he did. Yeah, I think you're right, because he thought about going off the end of the bat. Really wasn't hit that hard by Pilar, and Martin heading like he was going to go to third, but I think he realized that Smolinski can throw. It's already robbed Corbell of a base hit, but he rounded hard and then said, I think I'm going to stop. That's just your typical slide, pop-up slide to get back to the bag. Smolinski could throw. So really, Reddick or Smolinski in right field, both with excellent arms.
2 on, 1 out for Danny Valencia, who struck out in the 3rd inning.
Fortunately, Smolinski caught the ball of the ball, because otherwise this inning could have been real bad for the A's.
Tap slowly. Lawrie cannot pick it up clean, and everybody's safe. So that's that tough decision for a third baseman. Do you cut in front of the shortstop and make the play, even though your angle to throw is probably going to be tougher than the shortstop's angle to throw to first?
And look where Brett Lawrie gets at. This would be a very tough play. Of course, happy he didn't make the play, because he would have thrown. If he catches the ball, he would have thrown. Semien was there. Probably better for Semien to take the ball coming in and make the play. Brett Lawrie trying to cut in front to make a play, but the off-balance throw that would have been from him might have been like Saturday night when a similar play occurred.
So it goes as a hit, and here's Devin Travis. But you could see, I mean, for him to throw it to first base, well, he was going to have to turn his whole body.
And he would have. He'd have thrown inside.
Yeah, exactly.
And that
Semien's was more of a straight throw to first base.
And like you said, Valencia is a big player and really not a speed burner down the line.
So 1-0 the count to Travis, who walked and scored. Ball in first strike. Travis takes it. So Martin at third, Pilar at second, Valencia at first.
Sonny can get a strikeout, and that would be huge now, because Travis runs well. Might be tough to double up. The A's are playing for 2.
And there's a line drive. Zobrist has it, throws to first. Double play. Thank you very much. So a line drive into the glove of Zobrist, and they double off Valencia, and believe it or not, the Toronto Blue Jays do not score. So the A's will be trailing 1-0 when they come to bat in the bottom of the 4th. Is brought to you by Evergood Sausage Company. Get grilling. Closing in on nighttime here at TOR AT OAK Coliseum with the Blue Jays leading 1-0. First pitch to Butler in for a strike. Butler, Smolinski, and Laurie here in the bottom of the fourth inning. Run out ahead of Butler 0-2. One walk, one strikeout for Felix Dubron, and he's allowed 3 hits. Two pitches, a fastball low at 91 miles an hour.
You know, the statistics have come out about the A's troubles against left-handed pitchers. Typically, left-handers will pitch away a lot. You have guys trying to roll over on pitches outside, but Dubron's just the opposite. He pitches in a lot with fastball and slider.
Butler with an emergency swing. If you want to know what an emergency swing is,
you just saw it.
You just saw it.
That's it. I'm going to strike out if my emergency swing doesn't come out and fouls this ball off to give me another chance.
.51 pitches for Dubron as we're in the fourth inning. That one hit high in the air, left field, shallow. Valencia coming in toward the line, and he makes the catch. So Butler is 0 for 2. So the Astros beat the Red Sox. That's a 4-2 final. They will play one more game in that series. It's a 4-game set, but the Red Sox have now lost 7 in a row. They have the worst record in the American League. The Astros will go for the sweep tomorrow. McHugh got his 11th win. He beat Kelly. Gregerson got his 20th save. Gaddis homered. Preston Tucker, the young outfielder, hit a couple of home runs. So nothing going right for the Red Sox. They're now 42-53. And with the Yankees winning, they're 11 games out of first place. Donaldson scoops, spins around, throws low, and throws past Colabello. Smolinski is going to head to second, and he's going to make it. So it's going to be an error on Donaldson. So it's an error all the way. Donaldson made a nice play.
Didn't have to leave his feet. Little spin. That might have been it right there when the ball came out of his hand momentarily, and then rushed. This is panic setting in right there. And maybe didn't have a good enough grip through a sinker, and well, not that far. It hit the grass, and of course scoots very quickly on the grass, as that one did. So the A's again with a runner in scoring position. They had a couple of opportunities last inning after Simeon stole second. So a couple of ground balls by Dubron to get out of the inning, and 2 more attempts here.
First pitch to Laurie. Breaking ball, a little bit low. Laurie walked in the second inning.
You see how long of a windup he has.
He's got a long windup.
And really, what Simeon did stealing second, he probably could have walked to third and see if Smolinski is able to.
Hit in the air to Pilar, who backpedals, has it, and the throw in quickly, Smolinski to third, but now there are 2 outs. So if you want to see an outfielder catch a ball the right way and set up on his throw back to the infield, well, then you should watch Kevin Pilar. He did it the right way. Get there, get behind it a little bit. You get momentum moving toward the diamond as you throw the ball back in.
By Smolinski getting to third, and Russell Martin has done a good job so far blocking the hard slider in the dirt. Maybe Fegley will not have to worry about the hard slider in the dirt. Maybe LeBron to be concerned about bouncing it and elevate it just enough for him. And this is it. Back pedal. And knew he wasn't going to be able to throw him out, but for the future, maybe that's the best way to do it. Plan in case you do it, in case you need it.
So 2-0 to Fegley, who struck out looking in the second inning. That's the only strikeout for Dubron. He was trying to tie it here in the fourth. And it's high, 3-0. Canna is the on-deck hitter.
Not really making a great effort to pitch down on the zone in this at bat to Fegley. Everything elevated above the shoulders.
Fegley goes after a 3-0 pitch, fouls it just below us. Delivery, here it is, and it's hit softly into center field, a base hit. Smolinski trots home, and Fegley gets the RBI single, and this ball game is tied at 1. Did not hit it real hard, kind of a soft line drive, but just enough to get it past Reyes.
It's almost the same pitch he swung at, 3-0, and fouled back. Came back in with another fastball. Fegley brought the hands in enough to get it past the diving Reyes, and great 2-out hit, and the A's finally get a hit with the runner in scoring position. Smolinski would have scored from second anyway on that, but Dubron tried to go back in with a fastball. Fegley got him this time, but you stay consistently in one spot, and he was able to get the good part of the bat on the ball.
So Fegley gets his 22nd RBI. Sonny Gray can get back to work. The ball game tied.
Look at the top half of the inning. All the things that happened. Blue Jays couldn't score.
That one should reach the seats, and it will. Yeah, that may be a turning point in the game. Bases loaded, 1 out, line drive, and catch a little break.
Bad base running, and you think about Zobrist catching the line drive. He's got 3 bases to look at. Where do I go? And unfortunately, he got Valencia off too far first.
Up and in to Canna. Canna bounced out to Donaldson to end the second inning. So an unearned run here in the fourth inning. Canna had a big grip. Boy, he got a pitch to hit. It was 90 miles an hour right out over the plate. He saw it, and he took a rip at it. Watch this swing.
See, he's been watching the Blue Jays.
That's a Blue Jay swing.
That's
right
it.
There. That's a Jose Bautista.
But that's a great swing because, like Bautista, Canna's pretty disciplined at the plate for a rookie. And I would think some of the Blue Jays hitters watch him and say, yeah, he fits right in. Not a bad approach.
Well, you and I have talked about Mark Canna, the fact that even as a rookie, he has not looked overmatched. Right. Sometimes a rookie will, at times, look overmatched. He drives this one right center, and Bautista makes a nice running catch. So Jose Bautista moves around pretty well out there, and he tracks down the long drive off the bat of Canna. But Josh Fegley with the RBI hit ties up the game 1-1 after 4. 33, Oakland A's third baseman with 2 seasons of 24 or more home runs. Last year, just a terrific season. He's an all-star. In fact, he's been an all-star the last 2 years. Goes by the name of Bringer of Rain, his Twitter account. But he's a heck of a player, and we wish him the best of luck in Toronto. It's a controversial trade. It always will be. The Blue Jays are happy to have him in Toronto. He will not be a free agent until after the 2018 season. So if they choose to, he could be there for a while.
Plays the game the right way. It's hard all out, and he's always trying to learn about the game. Saw him briefly, and of course he visited with a lot of old friends, and I said, you did a great job last night. I mentioned that you and I had talked about him, how he had done a great job with the fans and the standing ovation. And he said, it was very awkward, but no tip of the hand, and got down to business.
2-pitch to Reyes is looped foul.
Funny thing, when we showed that, where he put up his hand, and I said, and here's a shift. Donaldson said, I didn't even know they had the shift on. He said, normally I look and I can see it, but he said, had no idea that the 3 guys on the left side of the infield. But I think it was the fan support, the fans talking and giving him the standing ovation that kind of got him thinking that way.
Donaldson will be next, and then Batista. So it's the top of the order. Good challenge here for Sonny Gray after the A's tied it up in the bottom of the 4th. Reyes toward Vogt. Vogt gets a hop, flips to Gray, 1 out.
If you make a play and they create a bobblehead because of it, then that's a pretty good play. And there it is. Got there with the Possums and made a great catch. Very similar to the one he made at Toronto this year with the extra near perfect game. How he is able to make the play and immediately put the glove up, saying, "I got it."
I like the guy that helped him up. Right. Grab it, let's go. That was one of the great catches we've seen. He made a great catch for the Blue Jays this year.
Did. Laid all out, and I mean, especially with the perfect game on the line, to make that kind of a play. If you're a pitcher, you're saying, "Wow, this guy's really laying out for him."
Big swing by Donaldson on 1-1.
Had some big walk-offs. The one down the right field line against the Tigers, a line drive home run, and of course the one straightaway center field against the Phillies. And here's the catch at Rogers Center. This is against Tampa Bay, and he finds out, and then here he goes, boom, and then look out, fans, I'm coming in, and I tell you, that was quite a catch. But I mean, we've seen him do that, so it's not like it's something out of the ordinary.
No, we were not that surprised that he made that catch. You're right. So 1-2. Donaldson, a couple of singles. He's off that pitch, 2-2.
And there's the leg kick, aggressiveness, and what did he do? He took a pitch out of the strike zone, and I think a lot of hitters can learn from some of the approaches that the hitters have, and that's to get prepared, get your pitch, and let it go, but don't get cheated.
So now 3-2. Shutdown inning. Sonny's been very good at that this year. Trying to get one here.
Look out here, and this is where the slider, the cutter, something other than just a four-seam fastball could work. Well, against the Phillies, who came to the Coliseum last year. And this is one that will be remembered straight away. So he knew it. He crushed it. Almost. Well, it was just below the sweep. So big Nate Friday coming out. That was his walk-off. And man, did he crush it.
Taps this one to Simeon, who throws a little bit high. The boat stays on the bag. So 2 outs here in the 5th inning. And that'll bring up Bautista. Donaldson is retired for the first time.
19, Jose Bautista.
Bautista steps in for his 3rd at bat. He singled in the 1st and hit a fly ball to center field in the 3rd. And that fly ball to center was a long drive. Off the crack of the bat, it looked like it was going to be a 3-run homer. Laurie has it. Side retired. 3 ground ball outs and a shutdown inning for Sonny Gray. Bottom of the 5th coming up. It'll be Simeon, Burns, and Vogt. We got a 1-1 game.
Available for select games. The summer suite special includes an 18-person suite, 3 VIP parking passes, and a generous food package, all for only $990. For more information, call 510-638-GO-A's or visit athletics.com/summer suite.
First pitch to Marcus Simeon is a strike down around the knees. Simeon singled and stole the base in the 3rd, but he was stranded. Rolled into the hole. Reyes has it, throws across his body, and a nice play. Colabello with the big stretch. So 1 out here in the bottom of the 5th.
Great on both parts, because Reyes, we know, has some ground coverage. He has a strong arm in the stretch. Right, Colabello, that's and here's ranging and then saying, nope, I'll get out of the way. And the concern there, if you range too far, you might deflect the ball away from the shortstop who is there. And Donaldson, of course, knows that Reyes has a strong arm. Colabello doing a great job stretching at first base to help out.
First pitch to Burns. A little bit outside. Burns a single. A fly ball to left field. The Tigers beat the Mariners 9-4 in Detroit. Sanchez over Montgomery. Castellanos hit a grand slam for Detroit. Cruz hit a couple of home runs for the Mariners, his 23rd and 24th. Not enough, so Detroit beats Seattle. That's a 4-game series, so they will play a day game tomorrow. With the loss, the Mariners now 43-52. So right now, the Mariners and the A's have the same record. Foul straight back.
And the Mariners are supposed to do a lot more than the A's. And it's a team that the offseason and spring training are supposed to win not only the division and league, but the World Series. I mean, there is a lot of hope for the Mariners with everything they did in the offseason.
Up the middle, right over the bag. In fact, I think it may have hit the bag at second, and Burns has another hit. So he's 2 for 3. Here's your updated West standings. Houston wins. Texas wins. Seattle loses. Angels are playing right now. So I think you could say correct about the Mariners. They're a major disappointment so far. And the Astros, maybe the biggest surprise in baseball. Astros game and a half back, and Astros are the #1 wild card team at this point. Astros and the Twins are the 2 wild card teams. These Jays are 3 games back in the wild card. 3 games back at the second wild card spot. So they're
If Marcus Semien got such a great jump and stole second, John Gibbons, former catcher, knows that Burns has the speed at first base. If he gets any kind of a jump, he can coast in the second. Wow, look at that.
Throw, no chance. Stolen base for Burns. So the A's got a good thing going against Dubron.
Yeah, and Martin almost came out from behind the batter's box. Watch Russell Martin, the catcher. He actually went out almost like a pitch out, had to reach back of the ball down the middle of the plate. Watch this. Said he knows he's going, and that's the only way he can even attempt to throw him out, and still no chance. And really, why even throw?
So to his credit, Martin's trying to do everything.
He tried everything. It almost looked like Derek Norris last year at the play-in game against Kansas City. You know, you just come out and he said it's a pitch out. He threw him out.
He threw Bob Melvin out.
He said, yeah, I ask you if it's a pitch out, you're going to throw me out for that? Wow,
that's embarrassing.
Well, it just caps what happened last night. I mean, with the same guy at first base last night, and he's going to walk away. And really, with the way Martin came out, it was like it was a pitch out, but the ball was down the middle of the plate. He reached back for it. Now, Russell Martin, and you normally go out like it's a pitch out. Now, watch him reach back, though. He's going out. He didn't call a pitch out. I think he was just trying to hurry his throw and knowing that Burns is going to get the jump. And was that a pitch out? And then he throws him out for that. That is embarrassing. So back-to-back games, sir. He was not arguing anything. All he simply said, was it a pitch out? Wow.
So he must have been asking that because
Martin did what he did.
Well, it was called a strike.
It is called a strike. Exactly. Yeah, it was called a strike. But I don't just watching Martin. I think he knew that Burns was going to run, and he was just trying to hurry as much as he could to get the ball and throw to second, knowing he had no chance to
question. Do it. Yeah, it was not a pitch out.
No, and it was called a strike because it was a strike.
It almost looked like Bob was wondering, wait a minute, he called it a strike, but
was it a pitch out?
Was it a pitch out?
Right. And all he did is ask a question.
Exactly.
He didn't swear, he didn't argue, he just asked a question. Wow, that's horrible.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure why you would feel the need to throw the manager out. He was just asking a simple question.
And the reason, and I couldn't tell if he threw him out when Bob came out, because you can't argue balls and strikes, which he wasn't. All he asked, and you could read his lips, was that a pitch out?
Grounded into center field, and that's a base hit. And here comes Burns, and he will score, and the A's take a 2-1 lead. So a big hit for Stephen Vogt.
Well, third time facing this lefty, and Stephen Vogt, a very, very good job staying on it. Sonny Gray gets the lead. Billy Burns, a walk into second base, stolen base. And Stephen Vogt got the count in his favor and took a fastball back up the middle for a big base hit to give the A's the lead. And it's a great hit by Stephen Vogt. You can understand why Bob Melvin is putting him in the lineup against lefties. And he's having him play first base. And Stephen Vogt has come up with some big hits against left-handed pitching.
So here's Zobrist. Vogt gets his 58th RBI of the year. Liam Hendricks is starting to warm up. Next pitch will be pitch 80 for Dubron.
Vogt might even try to steal. And they won't expect him. So he could probably get a first move, take off.
So 1-1 the count. So now 2-1. Zobrist has grounded out to third. He has grounded out to second. So A's with a run in the fourth and a run here in the fifth to take the lead. And there's a shot down the right field line, and it's going to get down for a hit. Batista's able to cut it off. He throws it in quickly. Zobrist with a double, and Vogt stops at third. Second and third, one out.
Well, great hitting again by Ben Zobrist, hitting from the right side, and Bautista trying to dekeep. Then he's going to catch it, trying to keep Stephen Vogt, but this ball was slicing away from Bautista. Great job by Ben Zobrist. Head down, contact, and down in the corner, slicing, and no chance for Bautista, but what a strong arm, got the ball back in quickly. So Billy Butler's going to get a chance. Second and third, A's have the lead. Trying to add on. That's a great job of hitting.
Saying Hendricks is pretty close to being ready.
Look at the location. Watch the hands. Stay inside. The head down. Boy, that's a great job of hitting. And when you see a hitter look downward, basically it's hard to see contact with the ball in the bat. But with the head down, it looked like that's exactly what he did.
Well, they're going to walk Butler to face Smolinski. Watch out, old friend.
I just wonder if Dubron's going to get to face Smolinski. Aaron Bush talking about the right-hander warming up, and Bob Melvin. Now, this is a call in the dugout. I mean, and Bob Melvin probably is upstairs. You can, with the clubhouse the way it is right now, you could, or the walkway, you could stand inside just behind the diamond level, but you could have access to the phone also to be able to make some moves. See what John Gibbons does. Smolinski is a scheduled hitter. Right-hander warming up.
So Butler gets the intentional walk. Vogt at third, Zobrist at second,
Now
Butler at first.
Jake Smolinski.
So here comes Smolinski.
Tell you what, this was the intent all the time. It seems that Gibbons was going to walk Butler to try to set up a double play and face Smolinski. Butler, the numbers, of course, faced DeBron a lot, but Jake Smolinski, a big base hit in his first at bat and reached on an air, scored a run.
First pitch, and he went around on a fastball a little up and in, and he fouls it, so the count 0-1. Jays with the bases loaded, most RBIs, second most grand slams in all of baseball. And now the count 1-1. So Dubron was rolling along through 3 innings. Unearned run in the 4th on the Donaldson error.
You know, this is a big shift of gears by Smolinski. He was talking to Darren Bush about possibly the reliever coming in. The lefty stays in. Now he's hurrying up to get back to the plate and regroup with DeBron still there.
And he went around while cutting in on his hands. So now the count 1-2.
There's the home plate umpire making the call. And he did go too far, unfortunately.
Ahead of the count. Pitch number 90 coming up. Here it is. It's a big curveball bounce to the far end of the A's dugout.
I think also from John Gibbons' standpoint, and they have all the numbers, the matchups and everything, but John Gibbons also knows that Josh Reddick is in the dugout. That if it brings a righty in, Reddick, of course, hit the slam on Sunday. John Gibbons, one of the best managers in working with the pitching staff.
Tap toward Donaldson, and it's a foul ball. He barehanded it, but Bob Davidson called it foul.
It took a direction towards foul territory when it hit the ground, and Donaldson on the bag. That would have been an unbelievable double play. Because his foot was on the bag, and
he knew exactly what he was doing.
And caught it, pushed off. Fortunately, he caught it in foul territory. Unfortunately, the ball was in foul territory because that would have been a double play.
So the count still 1-2. Ball hit in the air, hit well to center. Pilar going back, still going back. And he reaches up to make the catch. Plenty deep for a sacrifice fly. So Vogt comes in to score, and it's now 3-1 the A's lead.
Now we saw Smolinski over the weekend Sunday when he hit 2 home runs out on the front foot. Now Gibbons is going to make the move, but he went down and raked the pitch outside and really out on the front, kept his bat back, and that's a great job of hitting, especially hit the ball as deep as he did.
So that is going to do it for Felix Dubron when it's time for a change. Think Speedy Oil Change and Tune Up, your oil change tune-up and smog experts.
Mike Geiger Windmill Wind-Up Toy presented by Adventel Networks. On Sunday, August 2nd, 15,000 fans will receive the first of its kind giveaway of the A's third base coach where the A's take on the Cleveland Indians in a Sunday matinee. Get your tickets today at athletics.com or by calling 877-493-BALL. Even have the little salt, pepper, and the goatee, huh, for Mike Geiger.
So here's Liam Hendricks. And Brett Lawrie liked what he saw on the first pitch, fouls it straight back. Busy year for Hendricks, 32nd appearance.
About a 96-mile-an-hour fastball. That first one, the four seam, and that's one right back at it. 93. Four seam, though.
So 0-2. Lawrie a walk and a fly ball to center field. There's a shot caught by Travis. What a play. That was a bullet. And Travis, a high backhander, takes a hit and a run away from Brett Lawrie. But the A's get a couple, so they lead 3-1 after 5. Annual root beer float day here at the Coliseum. Former A's, Mark Ellis, current A's, TV celebrities, and we're all making root beer floats. It was a fun time had by all, as always, and most importantly, $34,709 was raised for Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation. How about that? So the proceeds were raised through the sale of floats and souvenir mugs, as well as tips given in exchange for autographs and pictures with these celebrity scoopers. So these have been doing it for 16 years, and the total over the 16 years, $448,000 has been raised. So it's a fun event. Fans enjoy it. We all enjoy it. And it goes to a good cause. Lots of money raised.
A chance to visit with Bobby Crosby, who was there. So did Mark Ellis. I think the interesting thing, Mark Ellis, one of the most popular infielders who played for the A's. Crosby, Rookie of the Year. But Mark Ellis, the day he was traded, remember that he was traded to the Rockies, and he went out and served root beer floats, knowing he had been traded. Of course, one of the all-time great individuals, Mark Ellis, and he is since retired. Vida Blues saw there. Tony Phillips was in the house, so some former players in addition to the current players.
1-2 to Edwin Encarnacion. And that one off Sonny Gray. Rolls toward Laurie, who scoops with the bare hand. Throws. Got him.
Man. Wow. Well, I think that was a payback after Brett Laurie was robbed last inning on a bullet. It's caught by Travis off Sonny Gray, and bare hand and a bullet across the diamond. Brett Laurie, great job finishing it. And nice stretch by Stephen Vogt.
And they just got him. They're going to check on Sonny Gray.
May the 24th, he had a ball hit off of him at Tampa Bay and pitched just 5 innings, got the win.
I think Sonny seems to be okay. So 1 out here in the 6th inning. 5 in a row retired by Sonny Gray as he faces Chris Colabello. Colabello has grounded out and lined out. Smolinski made a diving catch in the 4th inning on his line drive. First pitch strike.
Never think a pitcher wants to get an assist like Sonny Gray just got one, and fortunately he is okay, but great defensive play all around, especially with Brett Laurie barehanded and throwing a bullet to first base.
Colabello asked for time. Hunter Wendelstedt wouldn't give it to him, and then he calls a strike in the outside corner. That's a tough at bat. He asked for it. So Sonny Gray came into tonight 10th in the American League in strikeouts. He's got just a couple of strikeouts tonight. Lots of ground ball outs. And he gets a strikeout there as Colabello chases a ball in the dirt. That's out number 2.
Ten ground ball outs with the one off of Gray, and this hard slider Colabello could not hold up. So Valencia in the 3rd inning, the hard slider, swing and a miss, and the ball in the dirt.
It's the career numbers before All-Star break and after All-Star break. Something to keep an eye on as this year goes on. Up the middle, that's going to get through for a hit. So Russell Martin has his 2nd hit in the ball game. So Martin a couple of hits in each game in this series. So that's 8 hits now for the Blue Jays.
Number 11, Kevin Pillar.
Angels are leading the Twins 4-2 in the 6th inning. First pitch to Kevin Pillar, a breaking ball, first strike. Angels know that the 2nd place Astros won their game. Fastball at 92, but a little bit low. Pillar has a ground out and a single.
Houston a couple of hours ahead of game being played here. Probably a little bit too early in the season to wait up, see what happens. You know, maybe check the papers tomorrow morning.
Yep.
Maybe a staff member, but I don't think the players are at this time. You get down the last couple of weeks of the season, then you're really paying attention to what happens around the league, especially teams you're either chasing or chasing you.
So Gray ahead in the count, 1-2. Pitch number 90 coming up. This one's hit in the air, shallow left. Canna went back. Now he comes in. He's got it inside, retired. Hitting the runner left. Bottom of the sixth coming up. Fegley to lead it off. It's 3-1 A's.
So far has been Josh Donaldson. Solid base hit to right field. That would give the Jays a 1-0 lead. And then the A's came back. A 3-1 pitch hit up the middle by Josh Fegley. And that would tie the game. Smolinski, how about this hit by Stephen Vogt? That would score Billy Burns, who has stole second again. And then the A's, great job of hitting. Also by Zobrist and Smolinski. And the A's coming up with 3 runs to take a 3-1 lead. 1 in the 4th, 2 in the 5th. 7 hits for Sonny Gray. And the A's leading 3-1. Find out what's possible with AT&T. Call 1-800-PICK-ATT, mobilizing your world.
So Fegley will hit first, then Canna and Simeon here in the bottom of the 6th. A's with a run in the 4th to tie it, and then 2 in the 5th to grab the lead at 3-1. Knocked Felix Dubron out of the game. First pitch to Fegley is a strike on the outside corner. Day game tomorrow. Scott Kazmir is going to take the hill for the Athletics. Fegley waves at a breaking ball in the count 0-2. 12:35 first pitch tomorrow. Oh, 2. Fouled at the plate. So make sure you join us tomorrow at 12:30. A's baseball breakfast against East Blue Jays. It's presented by Black Bear Diner, where CSN California has added every remaining A's game to the schedule. Every game now televised this season. So Scott Kazmir for the A's and Drew Hutchinson, a young right-hander, for the Blue Jays.
Hutchinson is a scheduled pitcher, and he's a little bit under the weather. John Gibbons, the manager, said that if he's not able to pitch, and will not know probably until tomorrow, R.A. Dickey, the knuckleballer, would step in. It would be Dickey's normal turn. So that will be decided tomorrow morning. Right now, Hutchinson not feeling that great. At least he was not this afternoon.
So keep that in mind tomorrow. It could be R.A. Dickey.
A knuckleball breakfast.
Knuckleball for breakfast.
Well, he hopes he's going to be pitching. A Dickey, Cy Young Award winner. Knuckleball pitcher. I mean, all the knuckleball pitchers in the history of baseball, few as they are,
so proud of what he did when he won the Cy Young.
Martin comes back. He's going to have just enough room, and he makes the catch in front of the seats right behind home plate. So that is out number 1 here in the bottom of the 6th. And then they'll bring up Canna. So after the day game tomorrow, should be a spirited weekend between the Bay Area rivals, the A's and the Giants in San Francisco. Friday night, Saturday day, Sunday day, as it usually is. Giants are playing well. They've won 8 out of their last 9, so that is what is in store for the A's over the weekend. Breaking ball, and Canna swings and just got a piece of it. Off day on Monday, Dodgers at Dodger Stadium Tuesday and Wednesday, and then back home for another long homestand. So that's really the kind of road trip we like. Night games in Los Angeles, Tuesday and Wednesday. Dodgers will come here later on in the season. Canna tonight, a ground out and a fly ball to right field. Batista made a nice play. Ball to right field. Drive 102, 96 miles an hour.
When the Dodgers come here, it will be Mark McGwire bobblehead giveaway. So Mike Gallego and McGwire both in the 1989 World Championship team.
Russell Martin's working hard tonight, isn't he? He's earning that 5-year contract. Aaron Luke starts to throw. Two and two the count to Canna with Simeon to follow. That one is at the knee, strike 3 called. It's been a low strike zone for Hunter Wendelstedt, so you kind of had a feeling he was going to call that a strike, and it's really a pretty good pitch.
And it's been consistent. Exactly in that area.
Now batting shortstop.
Maybe didn't think so, but right at the kneecap in the front leg. And watching Hendrick as he delivers the pitch. Canna a little disappointed as he's 0 for 3, but watch how he takes the ball out and then taps it back into the glove. Greg Holland, the closer for the Kansas City Royals. Very similar type of setup, all in the glove, but as he takes it out, he does it smoothly. Watch as he takes it out right here and then goes back in. Boom, right there. Greg Holland, pretty good.
Donaldson goes down to a knee, grabs the line drive, side retired. So we're through 6 at the Coliseum. The A's leading 3-1. month on July 8th. That is Jason Giambi. That's his first Major League home run. It was right here at the Coliseum against the Blue Jays.
Who is that?
David Cone in the very first inning. It was game 1 of a doubleheader. When it was all said and done, Giambi hit 440 career home runs.
Can we look at that again? Because that was the center field of the Coliseum that looks so different than it does right now. And Giambi looks so different. You know, that might have been the day. David Feldman's truck maybe can confirm. Mark McGwire got hit in the head by David Cone. It was that same doubleheader, right? That was scary. It was scary.
I can't remember stuff like that.
It was scary.
So Valencia to lead it off. Sonny Gray nursing a 3-1 lead. And then Travis to follow, and then Reyes. That one's hit high in the air. Deep right center, burns to the wall, and that one is gone. A high fastball up and away, and Valencia launched it to deep right center field. So it's 3-2.
You mentioned his size and to be able to go that direction. And this time of night, but there's your high fastball. It was the 2 breaking balls that the team that Valencia once played for, the Twins, on Friday night hit against Sonny Gray. The breaking balls, solo, and a grand slam. But this one to right center, that ball was crushed.
So 3 home runs last night hit by the Blue Jays, their first tonight. 124 home runs hit now on the year. Second most in the American League. (2-0) to Devin Travis. Very, very dangerous. The Toronto Blue Jays. In the air to right field, right at Smolinski. So out number 1.
A little extra on that fastball at 93, a 2-0 count, and Sonny Gray able to reach back and get a little bit extra.
Now batting, number 7, Jose Reyes.
So now Reyes steps in. Gray at 94 pitches. It's exactly what he threw in his last start against the Twins on Friday. There's a hard hit ball up the middle. Simeon has it, fires to first, and they get Reyes on a close play.
Nice play by Marcus Simeon because of the speed of Reyes, and he did not have much time to think, and looked like he caught the ball right there. Wanted to make sure he had a good grip, and then aired it out. I mean, that's one of the better throws he's made. He had to do it with Reyes running.
Now batting, number 20, Josh Donaldson.
So Donaldson hits 2 outs. I guess your goal in this game now, as you just sort of look at the lineup where you're at in the game, is you hope you don't have to face Donaldson again. A breaking ball that stayed high. Donaldson 2 for 3, 2 singles and an RBI.
And if he gets Donaldson for the 3rd out, who faces Bautista next inning? And Encarnacion and Colabelli. So that's decision time for the manager, who unfortunately was ejected for absolutely no reason at all. And there's the bench coach, Mike Aldretti, Kurt Young, the pitching coach, working in tandem. As the skipper was ejected. Timeout called as first base umpire had called time before that pitch was made.
And he did too.
Yep.
You didn't see him.
Marvin Hudson came quickly into fair territory. Actually, he is lining up where he really should be, on the line at first base.
2-0 to Donaldson. Be careful here. Well, usually a manager or a player will get thrown out of a game. They may argue too long, or they may. There's a couple of magic words that you may use, and if you say it, you get kicked out. In this case, Bob Melvin asked if that was a pitch out. So I guess pitch out would be the magic word that Bob Melvin got kicked out for. So we can add that to the list of words you can't use, you can't say to an umpire.
Well, and it's the question mark after that, because it says, was that a pitch out?
Was that a pitch out? That's it, you're gone. You said pitch out, you're gone. And that's basically what happened tonight.
Can you talk about those magic words that there's a couple?
I cannot. Safely on the air.
But you know one that you can say, that when you say you.
That's right. Whatever
follows you.
If you say you and then it's one of those bad words. That's probably going to get you.
The magic word following you. So.
You pitch out. You're gone.
Well, that was a hard slider that Josh Donaldson took. They're going to take the infield. Zobrist directly behind second, and the 3-2.
Just a bit high, and pretty good at bat by Donaldson. He's thinking about tying this game, and he got a fastball a little up, and he laid off. So Fernando Rodriguez just now starting to throw.
Number 19.
If you go back to the first at bat by Donaldson, 1 out for a second bat of the game. Similar fastball, he got 3-2, single sharply up the middle. And this time with 2 outs, of course he knows who's the on deck circle now at the plate in Bautista. They're down by a run, and so he took the walk.
And Bautista lays off a fastball that's low. Bautista a single, a fly ball to center field, and a ground out. So the meeting is over. Be careful to Jose Bautista. Bautista with 20 home runs on the year. Hit one last night. He hits this one high in the air to left. In the ballpark, Canna's under it, waits, he's got it, and that's the inning. Didn't miss it by a whole lot. 7th inning stretch coming up. It's the A's 3 and the Blue Jays 2.
Is brought to you by Toyota, the full-line automaker with the longest-lasting vehicles in America. Toyota, let's go places. And by Xfinity, home of the most live sports.
Tight ball game, 3-2. A's leading the Blue Jays. Sonny Gray, 7 innings. There's still action in the A's bullpen, so it's possible his night could be over. 7 innings, 9 hits, 2 runs, 2 walks, 3 strikeouts. So we got a good look at Sonny Gray in the dugout. So Burns to lead it off against the new pitcher. Burns 2 more hits tonight. 2 for 3. 2 singles, a stolen base, and a run scored. When it's time for change, think Speedy Oil Change in tune-up. Your oil change, tune-up, and smog expert. So Aaron Loup, left-hander. Very high ERA. He has really been struggling as of late. Loup has given up 8 earned runs in his last 8 innings. Changeup at 81 and a good one, 1 and 2.
Just a couple of different fastballs, not overpowering, and saw the changeup. Goes with the slider.
Burns followed by Vogt and Zobrist, bottom of the 7th. Cued down the first base line. It stays fair. Colabello grabs it, and as he grabbed it, his foot was on the bag. 1 out. So that'll bring up Stephen Vogt. How about this note? Clutch hitting. 7th inning or later. Stephen Vogt, a .314 average, a slugging percentage of .535, which is very good. If you look at the major league average, keep that in mind, Ray. This is a good one. If you're wondering what's a good slugging percentage, what's good? Well, the major league average is .371. Because I think slugging percentage, I mean, all good baseball fans know what's a good batting average, and they know if a home run total is good. They know what an RBI total is. What's a good slugging percentage? So I guess if you're 500 or above, that's really good. Yeah. So maybe 450 or above is good. On base percentage, 350 or above. What I think we show. Good rally, partying out in right center. But I think more and more now, just graphically. You show the slugging percentage and the on-base percentage more. OPS is just those 2 numbers combined. So if you see better than 350 on-base percentage, better than a 450 slugging percentage, that's good. Good swing by Vogt.
Then you had the WAR.
The WAR. Wins above replacement. Because every team has a replacement player.
There's your WAR man right there. He's a top WAR man.
Wins above replacement. So I guess it's basically an average player. How much better is your player? Vogt hustling. The throw is low, and it's going to go into the dugout. And Stephen Vogt with that hustle is going to end up at second base. So the ball is rolling around all over the place. And, of course, the ball hit Vogt. You just pretty much knew that was going to happen.
Did the ball go in the dugout? If it did, that's automatic.
It did go in the dugout.
That's automatic. That shouldn't even been a throw.
It was Travis, the second baseman, who actually ran into the dugout, Ray. Can you believe that? Look who goes to get it.
And once it's in the dugout, that's automatically. Maybe it hit the wood in front.
And Reyes sat back on that.
Yeah, he had to hurry, and that's the reason that it was a bad throw. It's E6 all the way. But you're right, Travis backing up was not Martin, the catcher, but Stephen Vogt hustling down the line, causing Reyes to hurry. And then once he saw the ball hit towards the dugout, he headed to second base. And he's not catching tonight, but gets it anyway.
Let's see where it hit him.
I think the right knee, right there. Oh, right hand.
Right, yeah, forearm, wrist area. Boy, oh boy.
Well, he grabbed his right knee. I thought he got his knee, but it was his right hand that got Travis, see if it goes in the dugout, because there's a wooden plank in front of the dugout, and it might have hit that. No, it hit to the side of the bat rack, so it's in play. And that's why he threw. And Stephen Vogt. When do they believe in it? That's great hustle, and that we've seen that before, where the hustle.
Really? Did I just get hit with a baseball going from first to second?
And I'm playing first base tonight. I'm not even catching.
The ball couldn't have went in the dugout.
And he hadn't put on his right hand protection for sliding. Wow.
But you know, I mean, going back to the play itself, Jose Reyes really misplayed it. He laid back, and then it was a little bit of a tougher hop, and then he had to hurry.
I'll take you back to, we talk about all the walk-offs in 12. You remember when Seth Smith, Escobar, Kansas City. Seth Smith did the same thing, routine ground ball to short, and he hurried and made a bad throw. The A's didn't get a ball out of the infield and had a walk-off. You know, I mean, but that's why managers say, give me 90 feet, run hard 90 feet, and you can cause mistakes. I mean, we talk about Billy Burns. Here's Stephen Vogt. What do you say? Don't
sleep on his speed.
Okay, there you go.
But he would have, I mean, when you saw the ball sail past Colabello, even if the throw was not in the dirt, I think he was going to be safe.
Yeah. And they gave an E all the way, because basically he had to hurry. Reyes did. If you hurry, you're going to throw a sinker instead of a nice four-seamer. Just some more ice, Stephen. They'll be ready for you.
So John Gibbons has seen enough of Aaron Loup, who faces 3 hitters. He's got a couple of runners on here in the bottom of the 7th.
Authority of the Oakland Athletics and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Athletics Investment Group, LLC.
So Billy Butler will hit 2 on 1 out, and he will face the new pitcher for the Blue Jays. It's the right-hander Bo Schultz. He's having a good year.
He's their setup man, and he throws hard. And I think John Gibbons looking for some outs and trying to go to Schultz. Of course, the closer, Suna. This young man can throw upper 90s with his fastball.
And the pitch is inside.
Fastball, cutter, slider, changeup, a couple of different fastballs, but he can throw hard.
Pitch is a good one. Did you know Bo Schultz was originally in Oakland A? He was drafted by the Athletics in 2008, and he spent 4 years in the minor league system for the A's, and then was grabbed by the Diamondbacks. Got to the big leagues with the Diamondbacks last year briefly, and then was claimed off waivers by the Blue Jays this past offseason. So
Of course, the great major leaguer Barney Schultz.
Sure.
It's going back a few years.
That's right. So 2-1 to Butler, who is 0 for 2 with a walk. There's the fastball, 96 miles an hour with movement running into Butler, so that's going to force Billy to go for a little walk.
And it was not a strike, and it almost hit it. And that's a very good acting fastball, like a two-seamer down there.
Tap to Reyes out at second, and good turning by Travis, and that's a double play. So Bull Schultz does his job, gets the double play. We're moving to the 8th. A's 3, Blue Jays 2.
On 90s Music Fireworks Night presented by the Chevron Techron Advantage credit card. Friday, July the 31st. Fans can watch the post-game fireworks show from the outfield grass, which you know is always on-field capacity is limited. Get your tickets today at athletics.com/fireworks.
So 3-2, 8th inning, and Edward Mojica takes over. So Mojica for Sonny Gray. First pitch is a good one. Outside corner strike to Edwin Encarnacion. When it's time for change, think Speedy Oil Change and Tune-Up. It's your oil change, tune-up, and smog experts. So Mojica coming in for appearance number 26, and the second pitch he throws is lined to left for a hit. That ball was up, and Encarnacion gets his first hit tonight.
And full to left field, but you know you're fortunate to see a base hit on a ball that could have been second deck down the left field line.
Watch this pitch location.
Number 15, Chris Colabello.
Does that look like the one that Albert Pujols hit a slam on a Sonny Gray start on a fireworks night a few weeks back?
Well, these Blue Jays hitters, when they get one in their wheelhouse, man, they do not get cheated. Here's Colabello. Colabello's 0 for 3. So Sonny Gray, 103 pitches tonight, goes 7 innings. His bullpen can do the job. He's got a shot to get his 11th win. 0-1 to Colabello. Short lead for Encarnacion. He's probably not going anywhere. outfield deep and shaded slightly toward right center for Colabello. Brett Cecil, the big left-hander on the Blue Jays bullpen. 1-1 the count. Rangers beat the Rockies today in Colorado 10-8. Rangers scoring runs in bunches. They win that series 2-1 does the Rangers. They're 45 and 49 now, trying to get to 500. So now Mojica ahead of the count.
Good split finger fastball, which he has a good one, and you only hope it goes down like that one did. Colabello beat it in the ground. This is where you're hoping Mojica, of course, obtained when the Red Sox let him go, but he's a veteran, so it's not like these are new situations for him. That's what you want, especially in the 8th, trying to get the Clipper with a lead.
Mojica grabs it, spins, fires out at second. Zobrist to first, double play. One, 4-3 on the double play.
There's the importance of knowing who's going to be covering second base. And Mojica with the ball right back to him. Hesitated momentarily. There is Zobrist backing up to second and then on to first for a 1-4-3 double play. Got it on his hands just enough, and boy, the PFP works so well. Pitcher practice, fielding practice, and ball back up the middle. You do not know how hard it's hit, and that's the hard thing for a pitcher. Don't know if it's hit hard, softly. Mojica, though, took his time, handled the ground ball, and then made a good throw to second.
Oh, and 1 to Russell Martin.
Martin capable of one swing at time the game, yet thinking with Laurie back at third base, going to try to bunt to get on. Run a Pilar. I'd say, though, I'd rather take my chances with a 13 home run hitter to take a chance of tying the game instead of bunting. So maybe that turned out to be good for the A's. Tyler Clippard gets loose. Maybe to be used in this inning if trouble. Otherwise, the 9th to try to save it.
There's a liner to right, and Martin has a base hit. So Russell Martin is 3 for 4 today. He's had a very, very nice series.
Going to get a pinch runner for Russell Martin as he goes very nicely to the opposite field and hit the hanging slider to left field. 3-run home run last night, but this fastball away goes perfectly to the opposite field.
Number 3, Ezekiel Carrera.
So Martin is done. He's got 5 hits now in the series. He's going to be finished for the night. Ezekiel Carrera is the pinch runner. So he'll pinch run. Pilar will hit. First pitch in for a strike. Carrera has 2 steals in 3 attempts.
You know, the question here, Pilar gets loose, but do you put him in to pinch run to try to score an extra base hit, or to pitch run and try to steal a base? I'd say the former, not the latter.
And it's 0-2 to Pilar.
Outfield playing very deep all around and trying to cut off any extra base hit. And as Pilar takes a long stride and swings a little bit late. Almost a little difficult catch up with the fastball, but there's your spread in the outfield very deep.
Carrera with a good lead, and he runs, and the ball is hit high and foul, so he had a pretty good jump.
Yeah, you want to have your pitcher pay attention. You don't not want to give him that kind of a jump, and even Fegley's strong arm, I don't think, would have thrown him out. Marlo Hale, John Gibbons, bench coach, manager, and looking at the matchups, and fortunately 2 strikes that Pilar had to foul.
Laurie playing pretty close to the line at third. A step or two from his normal spot. Mahika steps off. Pilar steps out. Pilar is grounded out, singled, and hit a fly ball to left field. He's 3 for 7 in the series, and we'll have a quick meeting at the mound. Is the on-deck hitter. The pitch is off of Fegley to the backstop, and Carrera will end up at second base. So a wild pitch, and now the tying run at second base. So always a big 90 feet.
Yeah, buried a splitter and way out in front. Fegley absolutely zero chance, and even, well, if it's at least towards the plate, might have had a chance. This ball way outside. Fegley might have gotten it off his right hand. Check the right hand. Yep, right above the thumb. So that doesn't feel well.
It also tells you how far outside it was.
Yeah, and I mean, we've seen him back in a few tonight. That might have been a good try there, but instead tried to move laterally. So he buried one splitter. Would he try to do it again? Lawrence seems to find a way to foul off tough pitches.
1-2 pitch. Here it is, and he did just that, Ray. Just like a splitter away, and he just kind of poked at it. Stays alive.
There's attempting. You think about inside after he keeps reaching outside and outside, but if you do, it's got to be a purpose pitch way off the plate. Then you get him swinging a bad pitch, but seems like he can protect the plate quite well.
1-2 pitch up the middle. Simeon handles a tough hop, throws in time to get Pilar. So Mahika gets out of it. May have helped himself out a little bit there. So 3-2 as we go to the bottom of the 8th inning. Let's look at our game summary brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. 2-11-2 for the Blue Jays, 3-7-0 for the Athletics. Josh Donaldson with a couple hits tonight. He had a couple hits last night as well. Sonny Gray was good. 2 earned runs in 7 innings. Stephen Voda hit with an RBI. He's with 1 in the 4th and 2 in the 5th. When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Tune-Up. Your oil change tune-up and smart experts. I think lefty Brett Cecil comes in. He's got 5 saves this year, but he's been a mainstay in the Blue Jays bullpen for 3-4 years now.
Yeah, he came in as a closer. His career stays in a game, pinch running for Russell Martin. So, Navarro is the catcher, former Tampa Bay Ray.
So Smolinski will lead it off. Bottom of the 8th.
Well, how big was a double play started by Mujica?
Yep.
Considered the way the inning developed, and of course Mujica was involved in a lot of that inning.
First pitch is a strike. Danny Valencia also makes a move. He is now at first base. So those are your changes. Popped up just below us. So we were wondering if Mujica got a piece of this ball up the middle, and he did.
Yeah. Just enough off his glove, right to Semien. Semien, a very good play. As Pilar can get down the line, and a big throw, good play, because Correa was rounding the bag, and even on the throw, he was going to try to score.
Yeah, and I mean, getting your glove on it, it looked like it deflected it towards Semien a little bit, but also slowed it down.
Yes, it did. The thing that Semien might have had to do is dive for the ball to keep it from going to center field, but able to catch it on the carom and hit the put out.
And Smolinski tries to hold up, and he went around and a hard slider down and in. So 1 out here in the bottom of the 8th inning. We get in-depth sports news for the Bay Area fan. Know it all with Sportsnet Central. It's brought to you by Hyundai. It's tonight at 10:30, and it's over on our sister station, Comcast Sportsnet Bay Area. We'll have all the highlights and clubhouse reaction. Of course, Joe Stiglitz post-game notes, and we'll take a look back at Root Beer Float Day. Mimi Bach and David Feldman will host.
I mean, Big Joe can talk about his outfit. He was serving root beer floats.
Joe Stiglitz?
Yeah.
Our A's insider.
Sharp, didn't he?
He did. He looked tight. He looked so good you wanted to go up to him and like order something. You know, like order some special ice cream concoction, and he would make it for you. That's how good he was.
The carnation man.
Exactly.
Actually, I thought maybe he was driving a truck down the street. You know, hear the bell.
He delivers. He delivers too. Yeah, he delivers.
The milkman.
Look at Joe. Looks good.
Left-handed. That's pretty good. I mean, probably the only server out there with a tie.
That's right.
And he definitely needed an apron, because as tight as he looked with a tie and white shirt, didn't want to spill any root beer or Zevia.
Brett Laurie, a walk, a fly ball to center, and a line out to second. He was robbed in the 5th inning. That was a big play.
Oh, that's a big run. That wasn't able to score.
Came up with runners at first and third. 2 outs, and he had a smash that Devin Travis made a nice high backhanded grab on a line drive. Travis straightens up and throws out Laurie. 2 outs.
Young man can play some second.
Yeah, he's got some quick actions.
When he turns a double play, it doesn't matter who's running. Fast, slow, he turns it and turns it quickly. And very good range. Settles himself down and makes a strong throw. And instead of throwing off balance, he took his time, a little bit extra time maybe, and then had to show off the gun, getting the speedy and the very quick down the line Brett Laurie. He almost
Travis
took an extra step too much.
Yep. He was a great player at Florida State. Fegley swings through a changeup. So Clippard getting loose now in the top of the 9th. Something to think about. Valencia, Travis, and Reyes. And if any one of those guys gets on, then it's Donaldson. And of course, Donaldson is followed by Batista. So in all honesty, we're just bringing up Donaldson's name not because of anything else, except he's a terrific hitter. And you just don't want to see him up if you don't have to face him.
And he wants to be in those spots,
exactly.
those clutch spots. Right. And that's why you'd like to see him in the on-deck circle. Tyler Clippard can get a 1-2-3.
Fegley, an RBI single in the 4th inning. Not close.
Right now the difference in this game is the unearned run the A's score in the 4th inning to tie it.
That's right. That was a Donaldson error.
It was a Donaldson error that started it.
And there's a soft single in the left field for Fegley. So Fegley's 2 for 4.
Ball got in his hands, and another changeup stayed back a little bit better on this one and gets his 2nd hit of the night. Big one was driving in. Smolinski swung it to 3-0, got a similar pitch 3-1 and drove it up the middle.
So Fold his first at bat facing Cecil, and it's inside. Fold hitting .207, a homer, and 14 RBIs. He's got 11 doubles, 3 triples. Got 6 stolen bases. Clippard is now sat down, so he is ready. Missed up high, 2-1. So it's been Dubron, Hendricks, Luke, Schultz, and Cecil. So busy night, 4 relievers used. Both of the Blue Jays left-handers have been used. Hard slider and a strike. That's a tough pitch there.
Cecil's got a lot of delivery and pulls the strings nicely and does it to right-handers with a changeup, and that one to the lefty. The slider moving away from him.
Two, strike 3 called, and Sam Fuld is called out on strikes. So we're going to the 9th, folks. Should be interesting. Clippard coming in. The A's with a 3-2 lead.
is tonight's Honda player of the game, Stephen Vogt. Lefty on lefty, back up the middle, and Billy Burns, who had stolen second, and then scores on that base hit by Stephen Vogt. And Billy Burns, of course, right in the middle of it every time. But Stephen Vogt, even though he's not catching, playing first, big hit against the lefty, and also took one off his right hand on a throw to second base. Are you kidding me? But it happened, and he's still in the game.
Really? That was Stephen Vogt's, what he said after getting hit. Really? So here's Valencia, clippered in, looking for the save. First pitch, fastball high. So Clippard with 17 saves, looking for number 18, and he's trying to get Sonny Gray his 11th win of the year. Valencia's got a couple hits, including a home run. Swing and a miss at that changeup. Floated in there.
Well, that's good one. And after throwing a fastball out of the strike zone, you think, I'm going to fastball. No, here comes a changeup. That's how far out front a hitter gets on a changeup, and that's why it's such a great pitch. If you can throw it like you would throw your fastball.
And that one fouled at the plate. And now Clippard is ahead 1-2. Laurie hugging the line. Devin Travis will be next, and then the leadoff man, Jose Reyes. Clippard goes with a fastball. It's high to even the count at 2-2.
See, Clippard is a type of pitcher. This is a critical 2-2 count as Travis waits in the on-deck circle, but Clippard is a type of pitcher, can throw the same pitch 3-2, then he throws 2-2. Unlike some guys who throw the breaking ball.
That one just inside. It kind of floated in, moved into the right-hand hitter. That took it away from the strike zone.
And there's your changeup, and he can throw it again now. See if he backs it up, and you can go either one, but the changeup is an effective pitch.
Let's see it. Out in front of the changeup. Laurie on the move. Laurie is going to run out of room. He had a beat on it. Just dropped in a couple of rows back.
I could see him going into the seats also.
Oh, my goodness, yeah.
I mean, this is a long run. He's got it. He avoided the incline of the bullpen mound and running adjacent to the wall. Jump in there. Scotty just sitting on the seat. Figured I better sit here and not try to go after it.
So another 3-2 to Valencia. Here it is. And Valencia just got a piece of it.
The fastball foul back off of Hunter Wintelstedt. The home plate umpire got him on the chest protector. Right above Josh Fegley on the foul ball. Kaplunk.
So we'll do the full count again. And he missed outside. And Valencia, pretty good at bat to lead off the top of the ninth. He gets the walk. Records in one-run games. Blue Jays are 10-19. A's are 9-22.
Now batting, number 29, Devin Travis.
For all the Blue Jays, one game over 500. The A's 9 games under 500. Here is Devin Travis. A walk, a line out, and a fly ball to right. Laurie inches in. Travis not bunting, and the pitch is high. This is always that tough spot, Ray, where if you're the visiting team, you're down by a run.
Just thinking the same thing.
Bunt here, I mean, the old theory is you play for a tie at home, you go for the win on the road.
Yeah.
Swing. I guess the theory is if you're the home team, just try to tie it up.
Yeah.
You're always going to have the last at bat.
But see, here's a young man that
John Gibbons, he's the veteran manager. But as far as Travis, a young hitter, seems to swing a changeup, unlike Valencia, who kind of guessed with Clippard and took some pretty good pitches. But Travis, after the first pitch fastball miss, came back with a very good changeup and swung and missed.
And there's a strike, and now it's 1-2. And I think too, and I guess if you're the manager, this is in the back of your mind. You have to have Donaldson hit in this inning.
Yeah, exactly.
If you're the Blue Jays.
Yeah. And he is waiting, actually, as they call it, in the hole. Got Reyes in the on-deck circle.
1-2 the count to Devin Travis. Shoots one toward right center. Burns on the move. Still on the move. And it's over his head. Up against the wall. Valencia is going to be held at third. And the Blue Jays have second and third and nobody out here in the top of the ninth inning.
That ball carried.
It sure did.
A lot farther than I thought it was going to. Up in the eyes of Travis with the 2 strikes, and that maybe enabled it, but he provided his own power with no stride, and to right center thought Billy Burns would be able to get to it, but it just kept carrying. He went back, and at that point really short hopped the wall, so he was not going to be able to get to it. And maybe the fact that his speed kept Valencia from scoring. But this is a tough situation for Tyler Clippard. With a contact hitter, infield's going to have to play back and see the tying run. Try to cut off the potential go-ahead run. Stands at second.
First pitch to Reyes in the dirt. Reyes is 1 for 4. So this is sort of what we're talking about, Ray. Playing for a tie. But in this case, defensively, the A's are saying, okay, we'll give you the tie, but we're not going to give you any more because we got the last at bat. Thus, the middle infielders playing back.
The thing is, for Reyes, he's going to try to pull the ball to get the run in and get a runner to third.
Reyes checks his swing and a fastball that was high, and now it's 2-0.
Almost exact same situation Saturday night when Scott Kazmir pitched brilliantly for 8 1/3. And then the Twins would end up scoring 2 to take the lead. The A's tied in the bottom, 1 in the 10th. But boy, this is tough. That's why the 1-run lead for a closer, you always like to get insurance.
Reyes out in front of that changeup, gets a piece of it and fouls it straight back. He was actually reaching for it just a little bit. Outfield in a step or two. Vogt even with the bag, as is Laurie. Donaldson in the on-deck circle. Reyes will pop up. Hustling over is Fegley, but it drops in the first row right behind the A's dugout, so the count even at 2-2. Started with the Valencia walk, and good at bat by him, and then the Travis double.
Back-to-back changeups to Reyes, and he is a slap hitter. How about slapping one back to Clippard for first out?
And that one is high, and now it's 3-2.
Well, Fegley went up like he's crossed up the way he went after the ball. Curveball, watch him go up and then have to come down. If that's a cross-up, you go talk, because you got the tying run at third, and remember one game it was crossed up in 3 consecutive pitches.
Travis very fast, the runner at second base. 3-2 pitch in the dirt with the changeup, and believe it or not, folks, the bases are loaded nobody out for Josh Donaldson. Somebody wrote the script, huh?
Yes, he did. Kurt Young is going to take the slow walk out to talk to Tyler Clippard. How many times have we talked, Cap, in the years about the 8th inning? You try, Fernando Rodriguez gets loose, but you're always trying to score another run, insurance run for your closer.
Just one.
On the other hand, you're always saying don't allow the other team to score that extra run and take a 1-run deficit in the 9th inning. Because, I mean, closers like a little bit of insurance. It takes a lot of burden off of them. Sean Doolittle, the closer, got a couple of starters to his side. And now you're getting greedy. You're hoping for a ground ball, 1-2-3 double play, or pop up on the infield, strikeout, anything. And ideally, you get the strikeout or that first out without runners advancing, and then hope for a double play. Against Bautista, that would be tough anyway.
Donaldson checks his swing, and he went around. Marvin Hudson said that's a swing, and it's 0-1.
Looking for something other than a little breaking ball, and his bat did go a little bit too far, so good call by Hudson.
Donaldson 2 for 3, 2 singles, a walk, and an RBI tonight. Blocked nicely by Phegley. In the series, Donaldson is now 4 for 8. So 20 pitches thrown by Clippard, and still nobody out.
This is another great block by Phegley, because in this inning alone, he's blocked at least a couple to keep the runner at third base. And a very, very good job. Marcus Jensen, the A's catching coach, should be very proud, and I know he is, for the work they're doing.
Very high. Donaldson did not go that time. So 2-1 is the count.
Well, he is looking fastball. He got it, but I've seen him do that where he takes the right shoulder, follows through, but holds the bat back, and that was another good call.
Donaldson, pop up foul territory. Smolinski cannot quite get there.
See, he started going to slide.
He did. He thought about it.
Started and then realized if it goes in a slide, tagging a third, of course, it's a ball foul territory, but it's one of those probably wanted to stand up and be able to try to throw him out. Watch as he goes for it. Looks like he's going to go right there, and then decided against it. And probably a smart move. I don't know if he'd gotten to it either way.
So the count is 2-2 to Donaldson. Jose Bautista is your on-deck hitter. Rodriguez warming in the A's bullpen. Fastball that was in a little bit on Donaldson. If you like tension, we got it for you. Look at a shake, another shake. Now he's ready. In the dirt, way out in front of home plate, and another terrific block by Phegley. So the count is full.
That's the fourth block with a runner at third base in this inning alone, and that is hard. That ball way out in front of home plate, but more importantly, it's taking the count full 3-2. Now what does he do? He's walked 2, and the double to right center.
Here it comes. 3-2 pitch is a swing and a miss by Donaldson, and I think he swung at ball 4.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did, Pat. He wanted so bad, and you can imagine the emotion of Josh Donaldson coming back to Oakland 3-2, and he went after a pitch that probably, you're right, change up, brought the hands in, but swing just not there for him to make contact, and threw the change up, threw it close enough to the strike zone that he got the swing and miss, and he knew it was ball 4, but not surprised that he was swinging the way he was.
So one big out. Here's Bautista. Bautista takes a fastball that's high. No appeal. Bautista a single, a fly ball to center, a ground out, a fly ball to left. So 1 for 4. He's 2 for 9 in the series. Fastball high again, and now it's 2-0.
Everything has either been in the dirt or high. It's been.
He's usually,
I mean,
fairly around the plate, Clippard, but
just hit that 27 pitches, 14 and 13. So that's just not what you normally see down the infield. Still playing back, hoping for a ground ball. They got the strikeout, which was huge, leaving the bases loaded. John Gibb is looking for more from his power hitter. One power hitter didn't do it. 2 fastballs, both up and out of the strike zone.
And a changeup on 2-0 that missed his outside, and now it's 3-0. There was a close pitch, but called the ball.
And if there's ever anybody's going to swing 3-0 on a fastball, you would think Bautista would be it. He almost has to throw a fastball, and Bautista has to be figured he's going to have to throw.
And that one on the inside corner for a strike. So now it's 3-1. 29 pitches by Clippard here in the 9th inning.
Actually, that's a good pitch because hitters want to extend their arms, especially 3-0, 3-1, anytime, but the ball ran in just enough to catch the strike zone.
Pitch not close, and Bautista walks with the bases loaded. Valencia trots home, and we're tied at 3. So that's the 3rd walk in the inning by Clippard.
Changeup was not close, and you have an aggressive hitter. Clippard knew he threw the changeup, and
Edwin Encarnacion.
Just, boy, I don't think we've ever seen Clippard be this erratic. You see him walk 3 in the inning, and a strikeout on probably another walk, but Donaldson helped him out.
So here's Encarnacion. And that one outside. Clippard looked in a little bit at Hunter Wendelstedt, but it looked like it was probably off the plate a little bit.
It was a breaking ball that broke a little bit too much.
So great speed on the bases. Bautista has good speed at first. Swing and a miss. A fastball. So Clippard challenged him, and Encarnacion swung through it.
Encarnacion, if he can get him to hit the ball on the ground to somebody, and he's not able to run that fast, as we saw in the first inning when he had a 5-4-3 double play, runners at first and second.
And a good take there by Encarnacion. He took that like he knew it was coming.
It's a young closer, 20-year-old. He's done a good job for the Blue Jays. Jays would like to get back to the dugout with a tie score.
Swing and a miss. A fastball, and Encarnacion swings and misses. So now it's 2-2.
You know, again, he looked like he was looking changeup, and it said, "Oh, here's a pretty good fastball, better swing." And it's kind of a delayed late swing in a sense. But with Clippard, you figure 1 or 2, 50-50, and of course he's flipping a breaking ball every once in a while. Now the deeper it gets in the count, the more at least the hitter has to be thinking about swinging at anything, even changeup.
And he got it. Encarnacion swings and misses 3 times. Does not put a ball in play, and Clippard gets another big strikeout.
Stayed with the fastball too. He did not go back to changeup, especially 2-2. And they always saying about being a percentage pitch, the fastball is the one you can throw for a strike. And Encarnacion, the long stride, long swing, missed 3.
Batter, Leonard Navarro.
It's one of those spots. I don't care how many home runs a guy hits in a situation like that. You never can understand why they don't shorten up their swing.
That's right. He did not change at all, even with the 2 strikes.
So here is Leonard Navarro, switch hitter. This is his first at bat. And he takes a fastball right there for a strike.
This is Russell Martin's actually Colabello.
This is Colabello's
spot, right? Because Pereira stayed in the game. Valencia moved over to first base, so there's the difference.
Devin Travis, the runner at third, is coming way down the line. There's a big shift on, so he could go almost halfway home. I mean, look where Laurie is.
Well, he's got Clippard thinking about it, because Clippard is looking at Laurie. He's also looking, he's pitching out of the stretch, which he needs to do anyway.
Navarro fouls it straight back, and now the count is 0-2.
You know, here's the time. Here's the time to go down the line and just start running.
Do whatever you want.
Because you can start down, you fake, you might do something, you might cause something for the pitcher to happen, but they're telling him get down. Look where Laurie's playing. You can walk down and you can go 30, 40 feet down the line. Laurie will not get back. He's not going to leave his position anyway.
Pitch is line foul down the first base line.
You can almost, the way Laurie is so far off the bag, if you're running third base, you can start walking down the line and almost force the pitcher to step off and come after you, and then you can easily go back to third. Rajay Davis would try to steal third. We know Rajay wouldn't be thinking about that.
Travis breaks. He did. And now Clippard steps off. He made a very convincing break toward the plate.
And the thing that Clippard has to do, one of 2 things. He has to pitch from the stretch, step off, which is the ideal thing. But watch him come down the line, and he's trying to get Clippard to flinch. And he's doing it again. And he's got him stepping off.
And now Clippard is talking to Travis. And you know what? I can't blame Devin Travis for what he's doing.
Absolutely not. He should. And that's why Rivera would kept telling him he's a young player. I mean, really, that's something that the shift will do. I mean, Laurie is where Laurie is.
Navarro checks his swing. The ball just trickles away from Fegley, but Travis.
Did that hit the umpire again? Because that ball looked like it gone through his legs. And all of a sudden it stopped. And let's see again. See if it hit Hunter Wendelstedt. See if he helped the A's on this one. Hit the back leg. But see, if Travis had been halfway down, he didn't get that far away. But see, he's thinking about it.
So the count 1-2. This one's hit high in the air, shallow center. Burns coming in, and Burns is under it. He's got it. So it took 40 pitches. Tyler Clippard gives up the tying run. So the Blue Jays tie it, and we're going to the bottom of the ninth. It's a 3-3 game.
Years, you can watch every out-of-market game live or on demand in True HD on over 400 mobile and connected devices. Real-time highlights, live look-ins, bit tracking widget, and more every night on every device. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.tv for details.
So, bottom of the ninth. A's will try to walk off. Brett Cecil stays out there, and the big left-hander for the Blue Jays. He pitched the 8th inning. Couple of strikeouts, gave up a hit. He'll face Simeon, Burns, and Vogt here in the bottom of the ninth. So the Blue Jays may look at that inning, Ray. They're glad they scored one, but I got a feeling they think they should have scored more.
A whole bunch more. I mean, to leave with just one to tie the game. I agree.
Tyler Clippard, 40 pitches in that inning. So no 11th win tonight for Sonny Gray. Simeon behind in the count now, 0-2. Marcus a single in the 3rd. Ground out in the 5th. A line out in the 6th.
And really you have to think about Mark Burley when you're facing Cecil. And you just cannot look for too much.
Well, he's such a big guy, and you'd think he'd be throwing 96, 97 miles an hour. He really is not a hard thrower. When he started his career in the big leagues, he was a starter. Good fastball there, 90 miles an hour, and Simeon swings and misses. In fact, it had a little late life to it, a little jump to it.
Well, you throw enough changeups, and then you get a fastball. Seems like it's much harder. Can Billy Burns do it again? Simeon not able to catch up to the fastball after some changeups. So it's not Dubron pitching, so he's not slow with his delivery. There's a big stolen base, and he scored after the stolen base on Stephen Vogt's base hit.
First pitch is high. Burns 2 for 4. 2 singles and that run score. Burns 4 for 8 in the series. Looped foul down the right field line into the bullpen. Didn't think it was that cold that the heater is required, but what do I know?
I think it was colder before the game than it's been during the game.
That's nice, that.
Yeah.
It was pretty breezy before the game.
It turned out to be a relatively nice evening.
2-1 now to Burns. now with 90 hits on the year. A little bit high, 3-1. Brett Lawrie leads the A's in hits with 92. And a little high. The Speedy Burns is aboard.
Stephen Vogt, after Burns had double, stole a third, and then the first walk-off hit for Stephen Vogt, first walk-off regular season. And now I think we know when he was doing the interview and they dumped it, he had never experienced a walk-off in the regular season. So that happened. And then he got the pie on the top of the head. I think he'd like to do it even more.
Maybe right now. So Brett Cecil is gone. So we got a pitching change. We're tied. A's trying to win it here in the bottom of the ninth. Burns represents the winning run here in the bottom of the ninth. And Vogt will, for the first time, see hard-throwing youngster Roberto Osuna.
Yeah, he's a new closer, and John Gibbons, he had him loose in the top of the inning. He was hoping that his club would take the lead so he could bring in his closer to try to close it out. He had him loose, and 20 years young, this right-hander, and said he pitches like he's been in the big leagues for 10 years. 98-mile-an-hour fastball, that helps.
And there's 94, foul back.
2 and 4 seam fastball, slider and changeup, and fastball. He'll top out in the mid to upper 90s. That one was a pretty good one to start out. Stephen Vogt took a hack at it just to see.
Burns not running, and the pitch is outside. Blue Jays have this young man. They have a young man who's on the disabled list right now, but going to come back soon. His name is Aaron Sanchez. He's a starter, but it sounds like when he comes back, they're going to put him in the bullpen.
Exactly.
So that'll help their bullpen a lot. He's a very talented youngster, right-hander. Burns with a little lead, not going, swing and miss. Blue Jays lost Marcus Stroman, starting pitcher, to a bad knee injury in spring training.
High leg kick for the right-hander, but the velocity that he throws this fastball kind of makes up for the extra time.
So 1 and 2 to Vogt, timeout call. 1 steal tonight. He's now got 20 steals on the year. Slaps it foul.
I think this is a time for Billy Burns, and of course he could steal or score from first on a ball towards the gap with his speed. Ricky Henderson, the all-time greatest stolen base leader, has always said never be afraid to be thrown out. And you get the lead, you have the speed, and knowing that it's an important run, easier to score from second on a base hit. There is just one out though. Stephen Vogt has to protect with a couple of strikes, unlike Saturday night when he took the pitch, allowing Burns to steal third. He's seen nothing but fastballs, the 3 pitches, back at 4 that he's seen.
Zobrist will be next. Not running, and the ball's fouled again.
Well, it seems he's throwing nothing but fastballs. That he's just going to stay with the one heater. And skipper Mike Aldretti trying to get a walk-off win. Bob Miller probably still can't believe he's simply asked the question, was that a pitch out? And he's been watching a lot of this ball game from upstairs.
Burns goes, pitches a ball, throw to second base, got it.
That was right on the bag. That's the only way they're going to get Billy Burns. Navarro made a perfect throw to second base. Got a perfect pitch to throw, and Reyes just caught the ball and applied the tag. I mean, that's like a pitch out. And really, for a catcher, could not ask for a better pitch to throw. It's not a pitch out. You don't have to worry about getting out and having the pitcher make that pitch. And Billy Burns, it's rare that he's thrown out, but you make a perfect throw like that, he's going to slide right into it.
Very close.
Yeah.
So 3-2 to vote. Suna is ready, and he deals. And there's a little line drive, a little flip job. Not really a line drive, but Vogt will take it as it drops into left field. So a 2-out single, and the bottom of the ninth stays alive. He's now will have Zobrist step up. So second hit for Vogt.
That amazing in the at-bats that Stephen Vogt has had in the division series Saturday night and now tonight. The exact same swing, same location on the hits, all 3 going to left field. 2 of them were game winners, and this one, I guess you could say if Stephen Vogt had been hitting and Burns had stolen second, there'd been another one, but it didn't happen. So they're going to play shallow in the outfield, not just believe in the speed of Stephen Vogt. And let him show off.
First pitch to Zobrist is a ball. Zobrist 1 for 3. You see the defense. He doubled in the 5th, walked in the 7th, and then he has also grounded out twice. Right in there first strike. Everything's final now, no surprise. Their Angels beat the Twins 5-2, so the Angels roll on. They have won 7 in a row, and they're 54-40 now. So they maintain their 2-game lead over the second-place Astros. And that's a strike on the outside corner, 1-2.
Can't hit it, so you hope it's called the ball. That's a perfectly thrown fastball. I don't think Zobrist believed it was a strike, but Hunter and Wendell stepped in.
Navarro wants a high fastball. And it was down and in. 2-2. So we're going to get Fernando Rodriguez in the 10th unless the A's win it here in the 9th. Vogt, and the pitch is a check swing by Zobrist. He does not go. Full count, so that'll get Vogt on the move, and that helps.
And when he gets this 3-2 fastball and he drives at the gap, A's can win the game. Because if he throws another changeup, he probably could be successful, but he's got a good fastball, and I would think that's what he's going to go to.
There goes Vogt. The pitch to Zobrist is hooked foul.
That's what happens when you miss a 2-2 changeup and you don't have the confidence to come back, throw it again, and throw a fastball, and Zobrist was out in front.
So we'll do 3-2 again.
See if that swing changes Navarro's thinking.
Valencia now holding Vogt. She was not doing the last pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out 96 miles an hour. So we got extra innings from the Coliseum. 10th inning coming up. Blue Jays 3 and the A's 3.
CSN California has added every remaining A's game to the schedule. Join us tomorrow at 12:30 p.m. for an A's baseball breakfast against these Blue Jays, presented by Black Bear Diner. Every A's game will now be televised this season. Tomorrow, so Scott Kazmir has gone home to get ready for breakfast.
Yes,
because he will be starting tomorrow as Fernando Rodriguez will take over in the 10th inning. And after everything that developed in the 9th inning, everybody might be surprised that we're even playing a 10th, but Fernando would try to get the A's back in the dugout, tied at 3. Josh Reddick takes over
number 3
in right field.
So Carrera's going to lead it off. This is his first at bat. He was a pinch runner for Russell Martin in the 8th inning. First pitch is swung and foul back. Kevin Pillar to follow, and then Danny Valencia here in the 10th.
Surprised to see Tyler Clippard walk 3, but very impressed to see him strike out 2 with the bases loaded, as he did with Donaldson on the changeup and Encarnacion with the fastball.
Ended up throwing 40 pitches, did Clippard, but in some strange way, it's like he got out of a jam. I don't know.
And one that he created himself. But yeah, that's amazing that he was able to do it. But fortunately, he did and play on.
Strike called to Carrera. He didn't like it. 1-2. The extra innings records: Blue Jays 3-3, A's 2-6. Carrera, one around, says Hunter Wendelstedt. Carrera says, please check, and Hunter says, I don't want to.
Because Hunter said, I call it, I don't have to check. And he's right.
What I want.
Exactly. Another good block by Josh Fegler. What a job he's done tonight. And
Now
you say, well, nobody's on base. Don't have to be. 2 strikes. That ball gets by him. After Carrera could argue with Hunter Wendelstedt when he called him out on his swing. Fegley applied the tag for the out.
And he did go.
Yeah. Most hitters will never believe that they're swinging on a check swing.
Until they look at the replay.
You see the replay because it happens so quickly. You say, there's no way I did that.
Bunted. Laurie charges. His throw is in time. What a play by Brett Laurie. Terrific play.
It looked like it kind of caught him by surprise. And then here he comes running when he saw Pilar bounce around the bunt and made a perfect play, perfect throw. Brett Laurie with the bare hand.
Now batting.
And at 1:45 in Toronto, they're saying he could play.
That was a good play.
Good friend Buck Martinez on the play-by-play of the Toronto TV. Brett Laurie. Of course, that's on turf in Toronto. Here on the grass, a perfect play by the former Blue Jay against his team.
Valencia skies one. Foul territory. Laurie's got room, and he makes the catch. Good inning for Fernando Rodriguez. Bottom of the 10th coming up. See if the A's can win it. Butler will lead things off. California.com is our A's insider Joe Stiglitz. Provides wire-to-wire reporting for this A's 2015 season with breaking news, video, special features, and more. It's only on CSNCalifornia.com. Bottom of the 10th inning from the Coliseum. It's a 3-3 game. Attendance tonight, 18,827. Some have hung around. So Osuna back out there as he faces Butler. First pitch, a breaking ball for a strike. Butler is 0 for 3 with a walk. Reddick will be next. And now it's 0-2.
Again for that 98-mile-an-hour fastball, and it's over another breaking ball. Another slider. Yeah. Billy Butler, sometimes you guess and you commit, cannot stop your swing.
Threw it again, and Butler saw 3 breaking pitches from Osuna, and he strikes out. Where's that 96 fastball?
Yeah, I know. It's struck out. He's over with it, but a pretty good move by the A's. And Bob Melvin messaging from afar. Mike Kelp ready. Kurt Young guys on the bench, but But Josh Reddick went in the top of the inning. Blue Jays really had used the lefties.
Yep.
So there was no chance that with Reddick coming up, he's due up second with Smolinski, so he goes in defensively and then gets to hit second in this inning.
And you know, a question may be, well, why do you put him in right field? Why don't you just wait and pitch it? Well, you know what? He's a great outfielder, so you're probably better defensively, and let him run around for an inning before he comes out.
That's the thing. You get loose instead of just going up as a pinch hitter.
He slaps this one down the left field line, and it is a fair ball. Carrera has it. Reddick going for two, and Reddick with a head first slide. And there's your winning run at second base with one out.
And as a pinch hitter, he might not have had that kind of energy, so he ran to right field, sprinted in from right field, and gets a double down the left field line. So Josh Reddick against the hard throw, got the high fastball, just slapped it to left field, and he was thinking on double as soon as he left the plate. And that is a great job by Josh Reddick. A left-handed thrower, like the great Ricky Henderson, hit right, throw left, and Josh Reddick head first slide. Couple of chances, and how sweet would this be for Brett Lawrie to do it?
And the first pitch is low to Lawrie. Lawrie is 0 for 3. He walked back in the second inning.
Going to make the play he did on Pilar on the bunt. Caught the foul out in foul territory. Now comes up with the go-ahead and the winning run at second. Outfield very shallow, trying to cut down Reddick. 2-0. Bautista in right field, very strong arm. Pilar, an excellent center fielder. Carrera playing the deepest of all.
Here's Ike Davis. He's on deck. That's Fegley's spot. To a pitch, big swing and a miss at a high fastball. 95 from Sumo.
Well, he geared up for it, got it, just couldn't catch up, but at least expanded the zone going after it. And you think back to Lawrie in the 5th inning, that line drive, man, it looked like he might have been going to right center of the wall, instead caught by Travis.
Good swing there. He got another fastball. So the count is 2-2. He's trying to win it here in the 10th. With that slightly open stance. Stands way off the plate. And the 2-2 pitch is reached for and hit high and foul. That's our guy.
He's taking a deep breath.
It was in super slow-mo. It wasn't that bad. It wasn't that deep of a breath.
It's hard to catch your breath because of him.
2-2. Bounced up the middle. Reyes ranging Father's left, throws on the run to get Lawrie for the second out. So Reyes, lots of range. And now Ike Davis as a pinch hitter, a chance to win it.
Your attention, please, ladies and gentlemen, for the Athletics, batting for Fegley.
So Fegley, while he was in there, was 2 for 4 with an RBI single.
Ike Davis is not your speed burner, so you still have a runner at third. Slow hit ball, you can beat it out. You get a wild pitch, pass ball, you get a lot of possibilities. Josh Fegley, so far this is your game, the way you block balls in the 9th inning.
Yep.
And it'd be great to see the pinch hitter for Fegley come through. Fegley had 2 hits, including a base hit to tie the game back in the 4th inning.
First pitch to Davis, had a good rip, swung through it.
Stephen Vogt would love to go out and celebrate and not have to put the gear on for the 10th inning or the 11th inning. Because Ike Davis would go to first and Vogt would catch, but try to end it right here.
Swing and a miss. Navarro wanted a high fastball. He got it, and Davis swung through it. Now it's 0-2.
Well, I think Davis just trying to loosen up a little bit. Coming off the bench cold, and a couple of big swings on fastballs.
Reddick bouncing around down the line. Foul back. Another fastball. This one 97 miles an hour. Davis 1 for 4 this year as a pinch hitter.
And you might as well just gear up for it. If you throw something off speed, you know, so be it. But be ready to hit the fastball if you do get it.
Setting up outside. 0-2 pitch, and Davis just got a piece of it.
Another 97. You know, this might be a situation where the young man doesn't want to throw anything but a fastball because of the run at third base. And I mean, he has a very good breaking pitch. We saw, and Billy Butler saw them. We saw him swing and miss, but changeup, but fastball is a controlled pitch. And he wants another high fastball.
And Davis holds up.
And this time did not go for it. No stride. And you'd have to figure Reyes is playing it up the middle, but with no stride and a 97 fastball, he's going to hit it left field if he does it.
1-2 pitch. Reyes back hand does. He's got it. His throw to first is safe, and the ball game's over. Davis beat it out, and Reddick scores. And John Gibbons comes out. He wants to talk to the umpires, and they're going to take a look at it.
They'll take a look at it.
At this point, you almost have to.
Yep.
But Ike Davis beat it out, and they hit it right where you said they were going to hit it, Ray. And Reyes made a great play on the dive. And he did everything he could, but Davis called safe, and we're going to sit on this for a moment.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Well, this is the play of the dive. Quickly getting up, strong arm, off balance throw, bang, bang. And Ike Davis said, yes, that's Marvin Hudson. Let's see the foot on the bag. If it's heel, we're going home. I hope they say, what's the call on the field? Because it was that close. So they're showing it, but means nothing. The left foot is the ball in the glove. I mean, that's as close. He hit the front of the bag. Marvin Hudson made the call.
I can't imagine that would get
overturned.
Just doesn't look like it's clear enough.
No, it's not definitive as far as being out. I mean, if anything,
yeah, that could go down as one of those. What was the call on the field? I think you're right, Ray. The A's are standing near the pitcher's mound. Well, they're ready to celebrate.
I mean, a tie, if anything, because it's not definitive that he was clearly out. And that's a tough call for an umpire. Ball in glove, foot on bag, heel. If the heel is there, he's definitely safe. Ball had not entered the glove.
Well,
in New York, it's 2 o'clock.
So it'll be a strange walk-off if the call goes the A's way, but a walk-off nonetheless. The A's are all huddled right next to the mound.
It could actually be
still photographers out there waiting and everything.
It could be like Fernando Abad last night, celebrating with 2 outs. He got to celebrate again with 3 outs. And they might get to celebrate twice tonight. And see the heel. If the heel is on the bag, and see that shot right there,
you just can't see the heel.
Well, the heel looks like, because then the foot comes, the front of the ball of the foot, toe comes forward. Well, we got a lot of players, a lot of people waiting around to find out.
Bullpen guys have come down close to the field.
The Blue Jays out in front of the dugout.
The call was made by Marvin Hudson. And listen, you can see how close it was.
Here it is.
And the call is safe. So that's the ball game.
Now they can celebrate again.
So Ike Davis beats out the infield hit to score Reddick, and the A's win it in walk-off fashion by a final score of 4-3 in 10 innings. So Jose Reyes, he did everything he could do. Made a diving stop, but he just did not have quite enough time to get up and throw out Ike Davis. So give Ike Davis some credit. A good at-bat coming in as a pinch hitter.
And
He's battling against a tough young right-hander.
And you know, if the kid's throwing 97, and you could see that Ike Davis was not stretching, or not striking. And really, there's only one place he could hit it. And to see Reyes up the middle, I mean, he had to make a dive. If he's in a normal position anywhere close, then it's going to be an easy out.
So the speed of Ike Davis and a good at bat. So what a ball game tonight.
Stephen Vogt didn't have to put the catching gear on either. That's good news.
You know, the Blue Jays tied in the 9th. A's win it here in the 10th. Butler and Vogt are up to something. I think we know what it is.
Yeah.
As we're going to chat with Ike Davis when he's ready to roll. So what a crazy ball game tonight. A's win it in walk-off fashion. Ike Davis is standing by downstairs, and I can't imagine you've ever experienced anything like that when it comes to walk-off wins.
That's crazy.
Tell us what you guys are talking about in that huddle over by the pitcher's mound.
Well, we were just hoping that they called me safe. It was so close. But, you know, what are you going to do? I'm just going to wear this water.
Yeah, you're going to wear a lot of it.
Hopefully they don't hit me too hard, you know what I mean?
Well, talk fast, because if you like early pitching, you have to talk fast.
Yeah.
Talk about pitch hitting, because you guys, the kid's throwing 97, and you come off the bench and swinging hard, as pitch hitters like to do. What were you thinking about knowing what this kid throws?
I was just trying to get the head out. I mean, it was gas, and I haven't hit in like 4 days, so just trying to put the ball in play. Well, that was crazy and cold.
That's pretty good. Everything's still working.
By the way, that's mayonnaise or ranch or something. It's terrible.
You know what? You came out of it okay.
Why don't we get the whipped cream out? But great win for the team. You know, we battled. They're a tough team, and hopefully we get them tomorrow.
One of the things that they're supposed to be a right-hander pitcher, so you may be able to get back in it, because, like you said, with the lefties pitching. But when you were seeing nothing but fastballs, and you saw Billy Butler swinging 3 sliders away from him, when you're talking about trying to get the head out, were you looking fastballs? I mean, the kid never threw anything but fastballs in the at-bat.
Yeah, honestly, I thought, you know, that's why I was probably late the first couple of times, because I thought after the first pitch he would maybe throw an off-speed pitch, but he kept pumping heaters. So I saw Reyes playing way up the middle, and I was trying to hit it to the left side somewhere, and he made a great play and almost got me out.
Now, I got to ask you, earlier in the game, your manager gets thrown out. We don't think he said much of anything, but were you close enough? Did you hear what the argument was about? Because we've kind of gone back and forth here.
Honestly, he thought it was a pitch out, so he was wondering how it could be a strike on a pitch out. But, you know, obviously Bob was just asking a question, and he got tossed. So
we said that one of the magic words, it's pitching, right?
Exactly.
That'll get you tossed.
Yeah, balls and strikes are, you know, especially with umpires, it's tough.
Well, I think we all got to experience something that we've never seen before, and that is a walk-off, a double celebration, because you guys got to do it. But great job, and putting the ball in play and showing that blazing speed down the first base.
Now I look at the replay, I got to stop watching the ball. I just got to run.
You were safe.
You were safe. You touched the front of the bag, which is always important when you're running to first base. Great job.
Thanks, guys.
All right, thanks.
All right, take care.
That was quite a finish, and I think the replay showed that it was very, very close, but certainly not close enough to change the original call. But you hit it right on the head. Reyes, playing him to pull, playing quite a ways over, and really the ball was hit right at the normal shortstop spot. So in this case, the shift hurt the Toronto Blue Jays. The shift is a big conversation piece now in baseball, but it really should have been a routine ball right at Jose Reyes, but Davis beat it out.
You know, I was thinking about Francisco Rodriguez when he pitched for the Angels. Now, of course, a great closer with the Brewers and set the all-time record. But whenever he had a run at third base, he threw nothing but fastballs. He was afraid of bouncing the curveball. And for some reason, this kid, Osuna, throws a lot of good pitches, yet he just stayed with the fastball. That was a surprising thing. But, we cannot close this out without thinking what Josh Phegley did in the 9th inning. Because Marcus Jensen, they have worked with these catchers. Josh Phegley, all 3 of those runs could have scored.
Yep.
There's one on a walk, but they could have scored. He blocked 5 balls in the dirt, way out in front, to keep the ball game to the point the A's could win an extra inning. So great job by Josh Phegley. Plus, he drove in a big run in the first run of the game.
Yeah, a lot of heroes tonight. And when it's all said and done, the A's win it in 10 innings. We had to wait a little while to celebrate, but the A's did get to celebrate. So, final score: the Oakland A's 4, the Toronto Blue Jays 3, and it took 10 innings. You've been watching Oakland A's baseball on CSN California. It's part of the NBC Sports Group. Don't go away. A's postgame live with Brody Brazil and Bip Roberts starts right now.